Welcome to the first 150-year history of humans post-colonization of Mars. Part 1, Red Dawn, The Journey Begins. The first human footprint on Martian soil was not a boot print like Neil Armstrong's. It was a handprint made when the mission commander stumbled on the uneven surface after descending the lander's ladder. That unplanned gesture would become the symbol of humanity's relationship with Mars. We would fall, we would touch this alien world intimately, and we would push ourselves back up. The Mars Vanguard mission touched down at Arcadia Planitia in the northern lowlands of Mars after a journey of 214 days from Earth. The landing site had been carefully selected for its relatively flat terrain and proximity to subsurface ice deposits detected by orbital reconnaissance. When the descent vehicle's engines cut off, a moment of profound silence fell across mission control. Then came the words that would echo through history: "Touchdown confirmed. Humanity has arrived on Mars." 6 astronauts emerged from the lander on that first day, their suits gleaming white against the rusty landscape. The moment represented the culmination of decades of technological development, international cooperation, and unwavering human ambition. Yet standing on the surface, gazing across the dusty plains toward the distant rim of a crater, the true scale of the challenge ahead became apparent. This was not a brief visit like the Apollo missions to the moon. This was the beginning of permanence. The initial habitation modules had been delivered to the landing site 2 years earlier by robotic missions. These prefabricated structures, roughly cylindrical and connected by pressurized tunnels, had been partially buried under Martian regolith by autonomous rovers to provide radiation shielding. When the astronauts entered the main habitat for the first time, they found the life support systems already operational, having been activated remotely from Earth as the landing approached. The interior of these first Martian homes was utilitarian in the extreme: metal walls, minimal furnishings, and equipment packed into every available space. The modules contained sleeping quarters, a medical bay, laboratory spaces, a communal area, and a command center filled with screens monitoring the vital systems that kept them alive. Outside their artificial environment lay an atmosphere of mostly carbon dioxide at less than 1% the pressure of Earth's air, temperatures that plunged to negative 195 degrees Fahrenheit at night, and cosmic radiation levels that would be lethal with prolonged exposure. During those first days, the astronauts worked relentlessly to establish their foothold. They deployed additional solar arrays to supplement the nuclear power source that had been prepositioned. They unloaded critical supplies from the landing vehicle. They tested the systems that would begin to utilize Martian resources. Every action was choreographed, practiced countless times on Earth, yet constantly adapting to the realities of Mars. Within 3 months, a second landing brought 14 more colonists, expanding the population of Mars to 20 humans. Among them were specialists in fields ranging from geology to medicine, engineering to agriculture. Each person served multiple roles. There could be no single-purpose experts on Mars, where every colonist needed to understand the basics of survival in this hostile environment. The first Martian winter arrived 4 months after the initial landing. Dust storms reduced solar power generation by 70%. Nighttime temperatures dropped even lower than predicted. The habitats creaked and groaned as thermal expansion and contraction stressed their seams. During this period, the colonists were confined almost entirely to the indoor spaces, their world shrinking to a series of connected tubes buried beneath the Martian soil. It was during this winter that the first death on Mars occurred. An environmental engineer succumbed to acute radiation syndrome after receiving an excessive dose during an emergency repair to an external system. The solar radiation storm had provided only 30 minutes of warning, not enough time to return to the habitats. The engineer's radiation badge showed exposure far beyond survivable levels. Despite all medical interventions, they died 9 days later. The impact of this first death rippled through the small community. The body was cremated using a specially designed facility, as burial in the Martian soil was prohibited to prevent biological contamination. A memorial service was held, with millions watching from Earth. The ashes were later scattered in a small crater that now bears the engineer's name. More importantly, this tragedy led to significant changes in safety protocols. Additional radiation shelters were constructed at strategic intervals around the growing settlement. New spacesuit designs incorporated improved radiation shielding. Perhaps most critically, an early warning system for solar radiation events was given highest priority, with dedicated satellites positioned to provide alerts at least 2 hours before dangerous radiation levels would reach the surface. By the start of the second year, the colony had begun to utilize Mars itself for survival. The Moxie-derived oxygen generators, evolved from the small experimental device first tested on the Perseverance rover decades earlier, now produced nearly 40% of the oxygen needed by the colonists. These machines pulled carbon dioxide from the Martian atmosphere, split the molecules, and released oxygen. The carbon monoxide byproduct was then combined with hydrogen through the Sabatier reaction to produce methane for fuel. Water extraction became the next major focus. Initial supplies brought from Earth were carefully recycled at a rate exceeding 98%, but this system alone could not sustain a growing colony. Robotic excavators deployed to a site 3 kilometers from the main habitat began drilling into subsurface ice deposits. The ice was melted using waste heat from the nuclear power source, purified to remove perchlorates and other toxic compounds found in Martian soil, and then piped back to storage tanks in the habitat. Robotics and artificial intelligence proved crucial to expansion efforts. Given the limited number of humans and the dangers of extended extravehicular activity, robots performed much of the external construction and maintenance. Autonomous rovers surveyed the surrounding terrain, collecting samples and constructing rudimentary roads between important locations. Semi-autonomous construction units, resembling industrial 3D printers on treads, began to build new structures using Martian regolith mixed with binding agents brought from Earth. These machines were supervised by human operators, but could work continuously through the night and during moderate dust storms when humans could not safely venture outside. Their artificial intelligence systems allowed them to make basic decisions and adapt to unexpected obstacles, though the 20-minute communications delay with Earth meant that the Mars colonists themselves needed to manage any emergencies that arose. Year 3 marked a critical milestone for the colony, the first successful harvest of crops grown in Martian soil. After multiple failed attempts using various soil treatment methods, agricultural specialists succeeded in growing several varieties of leafy greens, radishes, and potatoes in a mixture of treated Martian regolith and organic matter produced from colony waste. These first crops were grown entirely under artificial lighting in a pressurized agricultural module, carefully monitored for any toxicity or unexpected mutations. The first taste of Martian-grown food was celebrated as a crucial step toward self-sufficiency. Though the yields were small, supplementing rather than replacing the food stocks brought from Earth, they represented proof that humans could produce their own food on another world. More importantly, The lessons learned about treating the perchlorate-laden soil and providing optimal growing conditions would inform all future agricultural efforts. During year 4, an unexpected discovery accelerated the colony's development. A rover exploring a depression 20 kilometers east of the settlement detected unusually high hydrogen signatures, indicating substantial subsurface water ice. Further investigation revealed a massive deposit of nearly pure water ice, covered by less than 2 meters of regolith. This discovery, later named the Arcadia Ice Sheet, represented a resource far exceeding the known ice at the landing site. The colonization strategy shifted in response to this finding. A secondary outpost was established at the ice sheet, initially consisting of a single habitation module and several autonomous extraction systems. A pressurized rover now made regular journeys between the main settlement and this water outpost, transporting ice that had been melted and stored in tanks. This abundant water source enabled the colony to expand agricultural operations and increase oxygen production while maintaining a generous reserve for emergencies. By the 5th year, the colony had achieved a remarkable milestone: 95% closure of its life support systems. Carbon dioxide exhaled by the colonists was captured and processed through both mechanical systems and an expanding array of plants. Water cycled through humans, plants, and purification systems with minimal loss. Solid waste was processed into fertilizer for the growing agricultural modules. Oxygen was generated from Martian atmosphere. This level of resource recycling far exceeded anything achieved in space stations orbiting Earth. This critical achievement coincided with the arrival of a new type of Martian resident. While the initial waves of colonists had been primarily scientists and technical specialists on temporary assignments, the demonstrated viability of the colony now attracted the first homesteaders, people committed to staying on Mars for at least 5 years, with some intending never to return to Earth. These included engineers, medical professionals, and support staff whose skills would be vital for long-term sustainability. The psychological profile of these homesteaders differed from the original colonists. They showed higher tolerance for isolation, stronger community orientation, and what psychologists termed frontier adaptability, the capacity to improvise solutions with limited resources. Many cited the desire to participate in building a new society as their primary motivation, rather than specific scientific or career objectives. As year 5 drew to a close, the Mars colony had grown to 58 people living in a complex of 12 interconnected habitat modules, plus 3 separate specialized facilities for agriculture, manufacturing, and water processing. A rudimentary road network connected these structures, along with landing pads for future missions. Robots continued to outnumber humans by more than 3 to 1, performing much of the external labor and maintenance. The transformation from a precarious foothold to a stabilizing colony had not come without costs. 3 lives had been lost, 1 to radiation, 1 to equipment failure during a dust storm, and 1 to a brain aneurysm that might have been treatable on Earth but exceeded the medical capabilities available on Mars. Every colonist carried the psychological weight of knowing that help from Earth was at minimum 6 months away. Yet there was a growing sense among both the colonists and observers on Earth that a threshold had been crossed. The Mars settlement had survived its most vulnerable early years. The fundamental systems for sustaining human life using Martian resources had been proven. The first children conceived on Mars, though not yet born, were developing normally according to medical scans. What had begun as humanity's most ambitious expedition was transforming into something more profound. the first branch of human civilization on another world. As the colonists gathered to mark the 5th anniversary of the landing, they no longer spoke of the Mars mission, but of the Mars society. The thin line between visitor and resident had begun to blur. For some, the red planet was becoming home. The mission commander who had left that first handprint in the red dust still served on the colony's governing council. In a message transmitted to Earth for the anniversary, they summarized the sentiment that had taken root among those first Martians. We came to explore a planet, but we find ourselves building a world. The challenges ahead remain enormous, but we now know that humans can live on Mars. The question is no longer if we can survive here, but what kind of civilization we will create. Part 2: The Frontier Effect, Building Resilience. Mars demanded evolution, not of our bodies, but of our technology, our social structures, and our very concept of survival. Those who couldn't adapt didn't just fail. They endangered everyone around them. As the Mars settlement entered its 6th year, the planned expansion brought new challenges. The arrival of 3 consecutive transport missions increased the population from 58 to nearly 150 colonists, straining the life support systems that had only recently achieved stability. This rapid growth tested not just the technical capacity of the settlement, but its social fabric as well. The new arrivals found a Mars very different from what the first colonists had encountered. Where the original mission had landed on empty terrain with only prepositioned equipment waiting, these colonists stepped into an established community with its own rhythms, informal hierarchies, and unwritten rules. The veterans of Mars, those who had survived the first 5 years, possessed knowledge that no training on Earth could replicate. This knowledge gap manifested most clearly in resource management. The original colonists had developed what became known as the Mars approach, a set of protocols and habits around resource use so stringent they initially shocked newcomers. Nothing was discarded. Water from hygiene uses was filtered and reused for agriculture. Food was portioned precisely. Every item brought from Earth was used until it could not function, then disassembled for parts or raw materials. On Earth, you recycle because it's responsible, went a common saying among the veterans. On Mars, you recycle because the alternative is death. This mindset extended beyond physical resources to time and energy. Extravehicular activity schedules were planned to the minute, with each excursion serving multiple purposes. Sleep cycles were synchronized with power generation to minimize energy use during the Martian night. Even leisure time was structured to maintain psychological health while minimizing resource consumption. The newcomers who adapted quickly to this mindset integrated well. Those who struggled, who hoarded supplies or used water carelessly, found themselves socially isolated, sometimes formally restricted from certain responsibilities. In this environment, wasteful habits weren't just personal failings. They threatened community survival. Year 7 brought a momentous event, the birth of the first humans on another planet. Twins were delivered via cesarean section in the settlement's medical facility, which had been expanded in anticipation of this milestone. The births proceeded without complications, but the infants immediately presented medical challenges unique to Martian conditions. The 0.38 gravity of Mars affected their development in ways that Earth-bound medical research had only theorized. Their cardiovascular systems adapted to the lower gravity, with slight but measurable differences in heart muscle development compared to Earth-born infants. Their bones showed concerning signs of lower density formation. Most significantly, Their immune systems showed unexpected responses to the entirely artificial environment of the habitats, having never been exposed to the microbiomes that naturally surround Earth children. These first Martian-born humans became the most closely monitored children in history. Every developmental milestone was recorded and compared against Earth norms. Special exercises were designed to stress their bones and muscles against the lower gravity. Their nutrition was meticulously balanced and adjusted as new data emerged about their unique physiological needs. The medical team quickly developed a specialized protocol for Martian-born children, incorporating higher calcium supplements, regular centrifuge sessions to simulate Earth gravity, and carefully designed physical therapy. These protocols would evolve continuously as the children grew, providing crucial data for future generations born on Mars. Late in year 7, the settlement faced its greatest external threat yet, what would later be named the Great Dust Storm. While dust storms were a known and planned-for phenomenon on Mars, this particular storm's intensity and duration exceeded all projections. For 72 days, the sky darkened to a perpetual twilight as fine dust particles suspended in the atmosphere blocked sunlight from reaching the surface. The solar arrays that provided roughly 60% of the settlement's power dropped to less than 15% efficiency. The nuclear power source, designed as a backup and supplement, became the primary lifeline. Strict energy rationing was implemented immediately. Non-essential systems were shut down. Habitat temperatures were reduced to 15 degrees Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit. Food production was prioritized over manufacturing. Colonists gathered in central areas to reduce the heated volume. When the storm extended beyond the projected worst-case duration of 50 days, more drastic measures became necessary. Portions of the habitat were sealed off and allowed to drop below freezing. Water usage was restricted to drinking and minimal hygiene. Caloric intake was reduced to levels that medical staff monitored carefully for health impacts. Extravehicular activity was prohibited except for critical repairs. The psychological impact of this period was profound. Already isolated from Earth, the colonists now found themselves cut off even from the Martian landscape, confined to dimly lit habitats under stringent rationing. The sense of vulnerability, of being at the mercy of a planet they had come to tame, shook even the most experienced colonists. When the dust finally settled and full power was restored, the colony leadership initiated a comprehensive review of their emergency protocols. The result was a dramatic shift in habitat design. While surface structures had seemed the logical first step in colonization, the dust storm demonstrated their inherent vulnerability. The focus now turned toward developing underground habitats that would be naturally shielded from radiation, temperature extremes, and dust. Year 8 saw the implementation of this strategy. Using mining equipment originally intended for resource extraction, engineers began excavating a network of tunnels and chambers in a hillside 3 kilometers from the original habitat complex. The natural overburden provided radiation shielding far exceeding what could be achieved with transported or manufactured materials. The relatively stable underground temperatures reduced heating and cooling requirements. The first underground modules were operational by the end of year 8, housing 30 colonists in Spartan but secure conditions. The excavation continued, with plans to eventually relocate the majority of living quarters and sensitive operations below ground, while maintaining surface facilities for activities requiring direct access to the exterior. This period also brought a critical technological breakthrough in water processing. Since the initial landing, extracting water from Martian sources had required extensive filtering to remove perchlorates, toxic compounds found throughout Martian soil and dust. These filtration systems were energy-intensive and required regular maintenance and replacement parts from Earth. A team of chemists and engineers developed a biological solution: genetically modified bacteria that metabolized perchlorates, breaking them down into harmless compounds. These bacteria thrived in the contained water processing systems, dramatically reducing the energy and equipment needed for water purification. This innovation not only made water extraction safer and more efficient, but represented one of the first technologies developed specifically for and on Mars, rather than adapted from Earth designs. The biological perchlorate removal system exemplified what became known as Martian innovation, solutions that embraced rather than fought against the planet's unique conditions. This approach would increasingly define engineering and scientific work as the colony matured. By year 9, the population had stabilized at approximately 150, with transport missions now balanced between bringing new colonists and returning others to Earth. Those returning brought with them the first comprehensive data on the long-term effects of Martian living on human physiology. Most concerning were the psychological impacts. A syndrome dubbed the Earth out of view phenomenon emerged among approximately 20% of colonists who stayed longer than 3 years. The symptoms included persistent depression, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection that intensified over time. For these individuals, the intellectual understanding that Earth was just a bright star in the night sky became an emotional reality that their minds struggled to process. They reported feelings of being cast adrift or forgotten by humanity. Virtual reality systems providing immersive Earth experiences helped some colonists manage these feelings, but proved ineffective for others. Regular communication with family and friends on Earth remained vital, despite the 20-minute delay that made real-time conversation impossible. Support groups formed among the colonists themselves, creating spaces to discuss the unique psychological challenges of their situation. Despite these interventions, the colony experienced its first suicide in year 9. A senior agricultural specialist who had shown no prior signs of acute distress took their own life during a routine extravehicular activity, deliberately removing their helmet after walking beyond communication range of the settlement. The incident sparked a major overhaul of the colony's mental health protocols and a reevaluation of selection criteria for future colonists. The tragedy also accelerated discussions about governance that had been building for several years. Since the initial landing, the settlement had operated under a quasi-military command structure, with mission control on Earth retaining final authority on major decisions. The communication delay and the growing self-sufficiency of the colony made this arrangement increasingly impractical and frustrating for the colonists. In response, Earth authorities authorized the first democratic election of the Mars Council, a 7-member governing body with authority over day-to-day operations and emergency response. While Earth still retained veto power over decisions with interplanetary implications, this transition marked a significant step toward Martian self-governance. The election campaign revealed distinct philosophical differences among the colonists about Mars' future. Some advocated for aggressive expansion and resource development, while others prioritized scientific research and careful environmental stewardship. The resulting council included representatives of both perspectives, necessitating compromise in their decision-making. The newly elected council's first major initiative was the construction of what colonists simply called the bubble, a large pressurized transparent dome erected over a section of Martian terrain. Unlike the habitat modules, which were entirely artificial environments, the bubble enclosed a 30-meter diameter circle of actual Martian surface, treated to neutralize perchlorates, but otherwise left in its natural state. Completed in year 10, the bubble served multiple purposes. Scientifically, it allowed for controlled experiments on how Martian soil responded to various treatments and Earth organisms. Practically, it provided additional growing space for food production. But perhaps most importantly, it offered colonists a psychological respite, a place where they could experience something approximating an outdoor environment, with views of the landscape beyond the dome, while remaining in a safe, pressurized atmosphere. The bubble quickly became the social center of the colony. Colonists would gather there during off hours, some simply sitting and watching the Martian sunset through the transparent panels. Small gardens of earth plants were established, creating islands of green amid the reddish Martian soil. Children born on Mars took their first steps on the actual surface of their home planet, protected only by the thin dome overhead rather than full-pressure suits. The 10th year of the Mars settlement brought another discovery with profound implications. A geological expedition exploring a dry riverbed 80 kilometers from the main settlement uncovered evidence of what appeared to be fossilized microbial structures in ancient sedimentary rocks. The findings were preliminary. The structures could potentially be explained by non-biological processes, but the possibility of discovering evidence of ancient Martian life galvanized both the scientific community and the public on Earth. Beyond its scientific significance, this discovery sparked intense ethical debates about humanity's presence on Mars. If life had once existed there, or potentially still existed in some isolated niche, did humans have the right to colonize and potentially transform the planet? What obligations did the colonists have to preserve Mars in its natural state versus reshaping it to better support human life? These questions divided the colony as they had divided Earth for decades. Some argued that humanity's survival and expansion took precedence, particularly given that any Martian life forms were likely extinct or limited to simple microbes. Others maintained that Mars potentially represented a second genesis of life in our solar system, an invaluable scientific treasure that should be studied but not fundamentally altered. The debate took on practical implications as the colony considered future expansion plans. Should certain areas be designated as completely off-limits to human activity? Should terraforming, the theoretical process of making Mars more Earth-like, be taken off the table permanently? Could a balance be struck that allowed human settlement to coexist with the scientific exploration and preservation of Mars' unique environment? As the Mars settlement completed its first decade, these questions remained unresolved. What had begun as a technical challenge of survival had evolved into complicated questions of values, priorities, and humanity's place in the cosmos. The colony had proven that humans could live on Mars. Now they needed to determine how they should live there. The physical infrastructure of the settlement at the 10-year mark reflected this evolution. The original surface habitats had been supplemented by extensive underground complexes. Agricultural modules produced approximately 70% of the colony's food needs. Water reclamation systems operated at near-perfect efficiency. Manufacturing facilities could produce replacement parts for most critical systems, reducing dependence on Earth supply missions. More importantly, the social infrastructure had matured. The Mars Council governed with increasing autonomy from Earth. Specialized schools had been established for the growing number of children born on the planet. Medical facilities had developed protocols specifically tailored to the unique health challenges of Martian living. A distinct Martian culture had begun to emerge, with its own traditions, slang, and shared experiences that set the colonists apart from their counterparts on Earth. The first decade on Mars had cost lives, strained technologies to their breaking points, and tested human adaptability in unprecedented ways. Yet at the end of those 10 years stood a community of 150 people who no longer thought of themselves as visitors to a hostile planet, but as the founding population of a new branch of human civilization. The frontier had begun to feel like home. Part 3: Fault Lines, Crisis and Division. The message from Earth took 22 minutes to arrive, but its impact was instantaneous. Due to economic instability, resupply missions will be reduced by 60% for the foreseeable future. With those words, Mars colony went from outpost to orphan. Year 11 began with optimism. The Mars settlement had weathered its first decade, developing systems and protocols that seemed to ensure its continued growth. The population had stabilized at around 150 colonists, with regular transport ships bringing new personnel and critical supplies while returning others to Earth. Underground habitats were expanding, food production was increasing, and the first generation of Mars-born children were developing normally despite the physiological challenges of low gravity. Then came the collapse. A confluence of environmental disasters, resource shortages, and financial mismanagement triggered a global economic crisis on Earth more severe than anything seen in generations. Space programs, despite their scientific importance, were quickly deemed luxury expenditures by governments struggling to meet basic needs for their populations. Private companies that had been instrumental in supporting Mars missions found themselves fighting for survival in the new economic landscape. The immediate impact on Mars was the cancellation of 3 consecutive supply missions. The colonists had always maintained reserves for emergencies, but these were calculated based on temporary disruptions, not a sustained reduction in support from Earth. When the message arrived announcing the 60% cut to future missions for an undefined period, the colony leadership immediately implemented severe rationing protocols. Food portions were reduced by 25%. Water for personal hygiene was strictly limited. Manufacturing of non-essential items ceased entirely. All expansion projects were frozen, with resources redirected to maintaining existing systems. These measures were initially presented as temporary, a difficult but manageable adjustment until Earth's situation stabilized. As weeks stretched into months with no improvement in Earth's economic outlook, the psychological impact on the colonists intensified. For the first time, they faced not just the physical distance from Earth, but the possibility that the lifeline they had always counted on might be permanently weakened or even severed. The term "the severance" began to circulate among colonists, referring to this growing sense of abandonment. By the middle of year 12, clear factions had emerged within the colony. One group, who came to be known as the Earthers, advocated for maintaining the closest possible ties with the home planet. They argued that Mars could not survive as a truly independent entity, that the technical challenges of self-sufficiency were insurmountable with their current population and infrastructure. For the Earthers, the priority was preserving the most essential Earth-Mars links while weathering the economic storm. In opposition stood those who called themselves Martians. This group viewed the severance not as a crisis, but as an opportunity, the push they needed to break dependency on Earth and develop a truly self-sufficient colony. They pointed to the technologies already developed on Mars, the resourcefulness the colonists had demonstrated, and the planet's untapped resources as evidence that independence was not only possible, but inevitable. These philosophical differences quickly translated into practical disputes over resource allocation and strategic priorities. Earthers pushed for conserving resources to extend survival time until Earth could restore full support. Martians advocated for investing those same resources in projects that might achieve self-sufficiency, even at the risk of short-term hardship. The colony's governing council, itself divided between these perspectives, struggled to maintain unity as disagreements became increasingly heated. Public debates in community forums grew tense, working relationships frayed as colonists aligned themselves with one faction or the other. For the first time, the social cohesion that had been crucial to survival during the early years showed signs of fundamental stress. Despite these tensions, or perhaps because of them, the colony achieved significant technological breakthroughs during this period. Most notably, Year 13 saw the completion of the first fully Martian manufactured spacesuits. Previous suits had been brought from Earth, with only minor repairs and modifications possible on Mars. The new suits, while visibly crude compared to their Earth-made counterparts, represented a crucial step toward self-sufficiency. The Martian suits utilized locally produced fabrics for the inner layers, bonded with adhesives developed from indigenous materials. The hard components, helmets, joint connectors, backpack frames, were manufactured using metal alloys extracted from Martian soil and refined in the colony's small but growing industrial facility. The life support systems incorporated technological innovations specific to Martian conditions, such as more efficient carbon dioxide scrubbers designed for the planet's unique atmospheric pressure. These suits were heavier than Earth models and lacked some of the sophisticated features, but they performed their essential functions reliably. More importantly, they could be produced and maintained entirely on Mars. The development team, comprised primarily of colonists aligned with the Martian faction, touted this achievement as evidence that technical independence from Earth was achievable. Year 14 brought disaster. The bubble, the pressurized dome that had become central to colony life, experienced a catastrophic structural failure during a routine maintenance operation. A series of small errors compounded into a massive breach, explosively decompressing the entire structure in seconds. 23 colonists working inside had no time to reach emergency shelters or don pressure suits. The loss represented approximately 15% of the total colony population, the worst disaster since human arrival on Mars. Beyond the immediate grief, the incident severely impacted key functions of the settlement. Among the dead were the colony's lead agricultural specialist, 2 of its most experienced engineers, and several children, including 2 of the first Mars-born generation. In the aftermath, an investigation revealed that maintenance on the bubble had been deferred multiple times due to resource constraints resulting from the reduced Earth support. Components that should have been replaced had been repaired and reused beyond their safe operational limits. The disaster became a flashpoint in the ongoing Earth-Martian dispute, with each side blaming the other's policies for creating the conditions that led to the tragedy. The colony entered a period of mourning and reassessment. Community gatherings focused on remembering those lost and supporting their families. Work schedules were adjusted to redistribute the responsibilities of those who died. Most significantly, a fundamental reevaluation of colony infrastructure priorities was undertaken. The result was a decisive shift toward underground development. Surface structures, while easier to build initially, had proven vulnerable to both environmental threats like dust storms and potential failures like the bubble breach. The colony's leadership, temporarily united by the shared trauma, approved an ambitious plan to construct Loton, a fully underground city near the edge of Valles Marineris, the massive canyon system that scars the Martian surface. Valles Marineris offered natural advantages for underground development. Its steep walls provided access to different geological layers without requiring deep excavation. Evidence suggested greater water content in some of these layers. Most importantly, the canyon's depth already provided some protection from radiation and temperature extremes at the surface. Construction of Loton began in year 15, utilizing mining robots and the expertise of colonists with underground construction experience from Earth. The initial phase focused on essential infrastructure, living quarters, life support systems, and communal spaces. Unlike the somewhat haphazard development of the original settlement, Loton was planned comprehensively from the outset, with dedicated zones for residential, agricultural, industrial, and scientific activities. As Loton took shape, the colony achieved another crucial breakthrough that would prove vital to long-term survival. Agricultural specialists, working with limited resources due to the supply reductions, developed a radically more efficient closed-loop food system. This system combined hydroponics, aquaponics, insect protein cultivation, and microbial processing of waste into a tightly integrated cycle that maximized caloric output while minimizing resource inputs. The key innovation was not any single component. All had existed previously, but their integration and the development of specialized organisms for each role in the system. Algae strains were genetically modified to thrive in the specific light conditions available. Insect species were selectively bred for enhanced protein production and reduced water requirements. Bacteria optimized for breaking down human and food waste completed the circle, converting waste products into nutrients for the next generation of plants. While less diverse in output than Earth-based agriculture, the system could reliably produce all essential nutrients for human survival at approximately 40% higher efficiency than previous methods. This meant the colony could feed more people with the same resources, a critical advantage given their constrained circumstances. By year 16, roughly half the colony's population had relocated to Loton, with the remainder split between the original settlement and smaller outposts established for specific research or resource gathering. This geographic dispersal, while necessary for development and security, further complicated the political tensions within the colony. The factions that had emerged earlier evolved into more formal political movements, each with its own vision for Mars' future. Communication between settlements, even with the time delay of surface-to-surface transmissions, enabled broader political organization than had been possible when all colonists lived in close proximity. Representatives from the various settlements convened in year 17 to draft what became known as the Parliament of Necessity, the first Mars-wide charter of governance. This document established a legislative body with proportional representation from each settlement, an executive council selected by that legislature, and a judicial system for resolving disputes according to Martian rather than Earth law. Importantly, the charter did not explicitly declare independence from Earth authorities. Instead, It established areas of primary Martian jurisdiction, while acknowledging Earth's continued role in interplanetary matters. This careful construction allowed both Earther and Martian factions to claim partial victory, though both recognized it as a substantial step toward Martian autonomy. Earth's response to this development was delayed by both communication lag and the continuing economic crisis. When it finally came, the message was diplomatic but firm. Earth authorities recognized the practical necessity of Martian self-governance in day-to-day matters, but maintained that final authority on major decisions remained with the international space agencies that had established the colony. This assertion of continued control triggered what historians later termed the Communication Rebellion. Colony leadership, with broad support across factions, began selectively acknowledging Earth directives. Critical safety information and scientific cooperation continued uninterrupted, but operational commands were increasingly met with acknowledgments rather than compliance. This passive resistance strategy avoided direct confrontation while gradually establishing de facto Martian autonomy. When Earth Mission Control ordered the postponement of a major resource development project, the colony sent detailed explanations of why the project would proceed as planned. When directives came regarding allocation of newly arrived supplies, colony leadership thanked Earth for the input while distributing resources according to their own assessment of needs. The communication logs from this period reveal a fascinating evolution in tone and authority. Early messages from Mars were deferential, explaining deviations from Earth instructions as necessary adaptations to local conditions. Over time, the tone shifted to one of colleagues consulting rather than subordinates reporting. By year 19, colony communications simply informed Earth of decisions already made and actions already taken. Earth's leverage was limited by both distance and circumstances. With reduced mission frequency already imposed by economic necessity, threats of further reductions carried little weight. The specialized knowledge possessed by the colonists made them effectively irreplaceable, and any thought of a military response was both practically impossible and politically unthinkable. The most significant development of year 20 came not from political evolution, but from geological discovery. A survey team exploring a region 200 kilometers from Loton discovered an area rich in rare earth elements, the metals crucial for electronics, renewable energy systems, and other advanced technologies. Initial analysis suggested concentrations higher than many Earth deposits, particularly for neodymium, dysprosium, and yttrium. This discovery dramatically changed Mars' economic prospects. While transporting bulk resources from Mars to Earth remained prohibitively expensive, these high-value materials could potentially justify the cost of return shipping. More immediately, they provided Mars with the raw materials to develop more sophisticated electronics and manufacturing capabilities without Earth imports. The colony quickly established a mining outpost at the site, with processing facilities to follow. The project required significant investment of limited resources, but both Earther and Martian factions supported it, though for different reasons. Earthers saw potential for renewed economic ties with the home planet through trade in these valuable materials. Martians viewed the discovery as the final piece needed for true technological self-sufficiency. As the colony approached the end of its second decade, a demographic milestone quietly passed. The number of Mars-born individuals reached 50, with the oldest now approaching adolescence. These children had never known Earth except through recordings and virtual reality simulations. They had grown up in the unique environment of Mars, lower gravity, enclosed habitats, smaller social circles, and the omnipresent red landscape visible through viewports. Educators and psychologists observed distinctive traits emerging in this first generation of true Martians. They showed remarkable adaptability to changing circumstances and resource constraints, having never experienced the relative abundance of Earth. Their spatial reasoning abilities tended to excel, perhaps due to growing up in the complex three-dimensional environments of underground habitations. Most strikingly, they exhibited what one observer called intuitive sustainability thinking, an automatic consideration of resource cycles and system impacts that Earth-born colonists had to consciously learn. This generation would soon begin taking on adult responsibilities in the colony, bringing perspectives entirely shaped by Martian rather than Earth experiences. Their emergence represented perhaps the most profound development in humanity's Mars experiment. The beginning of a truly Martian human culture, evolved in response to the unique conditions of the red planet. By the end of year 20, the Mars colony had been transformed from its original conception as an outpost of Earth civilization to something new and not entirely planned. Economic necessity had accelerated political independence. Disaster had driven innovation in habitat design. Resource discoveries had opened unexpected possibilities for development. The colony now numbered approximately 300 individuals spread across 4 permanent settlements. Food production met 90% of nutritional needs. Manufacturing capabilities had expanded to include complex equipment like spacesuits and transportation vehicles. Governance had shifted decisively from Earth mission control to Martian institutions. Most importantly, the psychological relationship with Earth had fundamentally changed. Mars was no longer viewed as a distant research station dependent on the home planet, but as a developing society with its own trajectory. The crisis that had threatened the colony's survival had instead catalyzed its transformation into something more resilient, more independent, and more distinctly Martian than anyone had anticipated when the first handprint marked the red dust of Arcadia Planitia. Part 4: Adaptation, the New Martians. When the first long-term colonist returned to Earth after 10 years on Mars, they couldn't walk for nearly 8 months. When they finally did, Earth physicians documented something unprecedented. Their musculoskeletal system had begun adapting to Martian gravity at the genetic level. This discovery, made early in the 3rd decade of Mars colonization, transformed humanity's understanding of its own adaptability. The returning colonist had experienced changes far beyond the expected muscle atrophy and bone density loss. Genetic analysis revealed that their body had begun altering the expression of genes related to muscle fiber composition, bone mineralization, and cardiovascular function. While not mutations in the traditional sense, these epigenetic changes represented the first documented instance of the human body adapting to an extraterrestrial environment at a fundamental biological level. Further examination of colonists who had spent 5 or more years on Mars confirmed this pattern. The adaptations varied in degree from person to person, but followed consistent trends. A shift towards slow-twitch muscle fibers that functioned more efficiently in lower gravity, changes in bone remodeling that prioritized length over density, and cardiovascular adjustments that maintained adequate blood pressure in the head despite the reduced gravitational pull. Children born on Mars displayed these adaptations to an even greater degree. By their teenage years, Mars-born humans typically stood 15 to 20 centimeters taller than their Earth-born parents, with longer limbs and more gracile bone structures. Their muscle mass was lower by Earth standards, but perfectly functional in Martian gravity. Most significantly, their neural circuitry, the connections that govern movement, balance, and spatial awareness, had developed entirely in the 0.38 gravity environment, making their movements on Mars fluid and natural, while Earth-born colonists always retained a slight awkwardness, a perpetual adjustment to conditions their bodies weren't designed for. These natural adaptations prompted the next controversial step in human evolution on Mars: deliberate genetic modification. The concept had been discussed theoretically since before the first landing, but now faced practical consideration. If the human body was already adapting to Mars, could science accelerate and enhance these changes to better equip future generations for life on the red planet? The debate within the colony was intense. Opponents argued that genetic modification crossed an ethical line, potentially creating a subspecies of humans unable to return to Earth. Proponents countered that such changes were already happening naturally, and that controlled modifications could prevent health problems while enhancing quality of life on Mars. After 2 years of research, debate, and careful protocol development, the colony's Medical Ethics Board approved the first program of targeted genetic modifications for Mars-born children. These were not changes to embryos, a line still considered too controversial, but gene therapy treatments administered to young children with full parental consent. The modifications focused on known genes affecting bone density, radiation resistance, and vitamin D synthesis, helping their bodies thrive in the unique Martian environment. The first cohort of 30 children to receive these treatments were monitored continuously for side effects, with detailed data shared with medical researchers on Earth. When no adverse effects appeared after 3 years, the program expanded, eventually becoming a standard but optional medical procedure for Mars-born children. As the Martian population adapted biologically, they also developed cultural tools to navigate their world. The most fundamental was the Martian calendar and time system. The Martian day Sol is approximately 24 hours and 39 minutes long, close enough to Earth's to be manageable, but different enough to cause desynchronization over time. The Martian year lasts 668 sols, almost twice Earth's. Early colonists had used a cumbersome system of converting between Earth and Mars time. By year 22, the growing Mars-born population pushed for a standardized Martian system. The result was a calendar of 24 months, each 27 to 28 sols long, with month names derived from astronomical features of Mars: Phobos, Deimos, Olympus, Vols, and so on. Special sols marking equinoxes and solstices became colony-wide holidays. Clocks were modified to display the slightly longer Martian hours, minutes, and seconds, with the extra 39 minutes of each sol distributed throughout the day to minimize disruption to biological rhythms. This calendar became more than a practical timekeeping tool. It symbolized Martian cultural independence. Children born on Mars celebrated birthdays according to Martian years, making them younger than they would be on Earth. Colony records increasingly used Martian dates exclusively, requiring translation for Earth communications. The phrase Mars time entered the lexicon as an expression of the colony's distinct identity and rhythms. The third decade saw dramatic physical expansion of the Martian presence. Transport missions from Earth had resumed at a reduced but steady rate following partial economic recovery. More significantly, birth rates within the colony accelerated as the first generation of Mars-born humans reached adulthood and started families of their own. By year 25, the population had grown to approximately 800 colonists. By year 30, it approached 1,200, distributed across 3 major settlements. The original Arcadia colony, Lowtown in Valles Marineris, and the newer Olympus base established near the massive shield volcano. Each settlement developed a distinctive character. Arcadia, the oldest, maintained the strongest ties to Earth, hosting the primary communication arrays and receiving most new arrivals. Lowtown, largely underground, became the industrial center, specializing in manufacturing and resource processing. Olympus Base, established primarily for geological research, evolved into a center for scientific and educational activities, including the colony's first university. Movement between settlements was initially limited to surface rovers, pressurized vehicles that could transport small groups of colonists over the Martian terrain. These journeys were time-consuming and resource-intensive, typically reserved for essential personnel transfers or equipment delivery. The growing need for more efficient transportation between the expanding colonies drove the development of Mars' first orbital infrastructure. Year 26 marked the establishment of Phobos Station, a habitat and construction facility anchored to Phobos, the larger of Mars' 2 moons. The location was chosen for its stable orbit, low gravity, and abundant surface materials that could be processed into construction components. A small team of 20 colonists, selected for expertise in zero-gravity construction and aerospace engineering, established the initial station modules. Phobos Station served multiple purposes. It provided a staging area for incoming supply missions from Earth, allowing cargo to be organized and distributed efficiently to surface settlements. It offered a platform for enhanced satellite deployment, improving Mars communications and observation network. Most importantly, it became the first Martian shipyard, where spacecraft designed and manufactured on Mars could be assembled in the favorable conditions of minimal gravity. The first vehicle produced at Phobos Station was the Mars Ascent Vehicle, a small, reusable craft designed to transport people and high-priority cargo between the Martian surface and orbit. Unlike the massive descent vehicles used for Earth-Mars transit, the Mars Ascent Vehicle was specifically optimized for the Martian environment. It utilized propellant manufactured on Mars from atmospheric carbon dioxide and water ice, eliminating dependence on Earth-supplied fuel. The Mars Ascent Vehicle's simple, rugged design prioritized reliability over comfort or capacity. It could carry 6 passengers or equivalent cargo from surface to orbit, where it would dock with Phobos Station before returning for another trip. With the completion of 3 operational Mars Ascent Vehicles by year 28, the colony established regular orbital transport service, dramatically improving connectivity between settlements and opening new possibilities for resource utilization. This achievement revealed the growing technological divergence between Earth and Mars. The Mars Ascent Vehicle incorporated numerous innovations specific to Martian conditions, materials formulated to withstand temperature extremes, propulsion systems optimized for the planet's atmosphere and gravity, electronic components hardened against local radiation patterns. When engineering specifications were shared with Earth, aerospace experts there noted that many of these solutions would be suboptimal or entirely unnecessary for Earth launches, while missing features vital in Earth's environment. The Mars Ascent Vehicle represented the first significant example of technology not merely adapted to Mars, but fundamentally designed for it from first principles. Year 29 brought another transformative discovery. A geological survey team from Olympus Base, exploring a collapsed area on the volcano's lower slope, found an entrance to an extensive network of lava tubes, natural tunnels formed by ancient volcanic activity. Initial exploration revealed chambers hundreds of meters across, extending for kilometers beneath the surface. These lava tubes offered ideal environments for habitat expansion. The thick rock overhead provided excellent radiation shielding. The stable temperatures required minimal energy for climate control. The smooth, solid walls needed relatively little reinforcement to maintain structural integrity once pressurized. Most importantly, they represented vast volumes of potential living space already excavated by natural processes. Within months of the discovery, a small outpost was established in the largest accessible chamber. Pressurization proved more efficient than expected, as the dense basaltic walls had few leakage points. The first permanent residents moved in before year 30, naming their new home Cavern City, in a rare instance of straightforward Martian nomenclature. The potential of these natural formations changed long-term planning for Martian habitation. Previous projections had assumed that habitat space would remain a limited resource, constraining population growth. The lava tube networks suggested that Mars could potentially support thousands or even tens of thousands of humans, without requiring proportional increases in construction resources or energy for life support. As basic survival became more secure and habitable space expanded, the colony began developing amenities that went beyond mere necessity. The most celebrated of these was the coffee greenhouse, a specialized agricultural module dedicated to growing coffee plants. Coffee had been a strictly rationed luxury since the early days, with the supply from Earth dwindling to almost nothing during the economic crisis. The successful cultivation of Mars-grown coffee beans represented more than just a consumable treat. It symbolized the colony's transition from survival to something approaching comfort. Similarly, a small brewery established in Loton produced the first Martian beers and spirits, using grains grown in the colony's hydroponic systems. The distinct characteristics of Mars-grown ingredients gave these beverages unique flavors that became points of pride among colonists. Annual brewing competitions emerged as important cultural events, bringing together colonists from different settlements to share and evaluate their creations. These seemingly minor developments, coffee, alcohol, recreation, reflected profound changes in how colonists viewed their situation. Mars was no longer a place humans were visiting or merely surviving in. It was becoming a place they lived, with all the cultural expressions that entailed. This cultural evolution accelerated as the Mars-born population matured. Having never experienced Earth directly, they developed artistic expressions that reflected their unique perspective. Martian music incorporated unusual time signatures influenced by the rhythms of life support systems and the natural resonant frequencies of pressurized habitats. Visual arts emphasized the vivid contrasts of the Martian landscape, the deep rust of the surface, the stark gray of habitats, the black of space visible through viewports. Martian literature developed distinctive themes and metaphors. The horizon, closer and more sharply curved on Mars, became a powerful symbol in poetry, representing both limitation and possibility. Pressure differentials served as metaphors for social tensions. The omnipresent dust became shorthand for the accumulation of history, the traces left by human presence. A genre known as Earth fiction emerged, in which Mars-born authors imagined life on the home planet they had never visited, often getting details charmingly wrong in ways that highlighted their Martian perspective. Language itself evolved as Martian English incorporated new terms and idioms. Technical jargon from habitat operations entered everyday speech. Airlock became a verb meaning to isolate or exclude. Red side and gray side, referring to the Martian exterior versus habitat interiors, described opposing viewpoints or cultural differences. High pressure and low pressure characterized social situations based on intensity rather than atmospheric conditions. By year 30, this cultural divergence contributed to what colonists called the return question, a fundamental division between those who planned to eventually return to Earth and those committed to permanent Martian residence. This division crossed the earlier Earther/Martian political factions, creating new social alignments. The medical realities complicated this question. Colonists who had spent more than 7 years on Mars faced significant challenges returning to Earth's gravity. Those born on Mars would require extensive physical therapy and possibly surgical intervention to function on Earth, with no guarantee of complete adaptation. The genetic modifications increasingly common among Mars-born children further complicated their potential return. For some, these barriers reinforced their commitment to Mars. Why struggle to adapt to a world we weren't built for? Became a common sentiment among young Martians. Others viewed the physical challenges as obstacles to overcome, maintaining exercise regimens and medical treatments specifically designed to preserve their ability to return to Earth if desired. This division manifested in community planning, education, and cultural priorities. Return-oriented colonists advocated for maintaining Earth-standard gravity in portions of habitats through centrifuges or rotating sections, even at considerable resource cost. They prioritized Earth-compatible skills and knowledge in education. Permanent residence colonists argued for embracing Martian adaptations fully, designing habitats and systems optimized exclusively for local conditions without compromise for Earth compatibility. As the colony entered its 4th decade, this tension between Earth connection and Martian identity remained unresolved. The population included Earth-born pioneers who had spent more years on Mars than Earth, first-generation Martians who knew Earth only through recordings and virtual reality, and young children whose genetics had been deliberately modified to thrive in their Martian home. Each group's perspective shaped their vision of what Mars should become. What had begun as a small outpost of Earth civilization had evolved into something unique, neither fully independent from Earth nor merely an extension of it. The biological adaptations to Martian conditions, both natural and engineered, were creating humans physically distinct from their Earth cousins. The calendar, language, arts, and social structures developing on Mars reflected the unique environment and experiences of the Red Planet. In a message commemorating the 30th anniversary of the first landing, the colony's governing council articulated this emerging identity. We are not simply humans who live on Mars. Increasingly, we are Martians, a branch of humanity adapted to this world physically, technologically, and culturally. We honor our Earth origins while embracing our Martian future. The question is no longer whether humans can survive on Mars, but what kind of humans Mars will produce. The 3rd decade had answered many questions about long-term human presence on Mars, but raised even more profound ones about human evolution, identity, and the future relationship between the 2 inhabited worlds in our solar system. The adaptation of humans to Mars, biological, technological, and cultural, had begun a process of divergence whose ultimate outcome remained unknown as the colony continued to grow and develop on its unique evolutionary path. Part 5: The Mars Commonwealth. The Mars Commonwealth wasn't born with a revolution or declaration. It emerged gradually as Earth's influence waned and local solutions took precedence. By year 38, when an Earth directive took 3 months to receive a response, everyone knew where the real authority lay. This slow transition from colony to autonomous entity characterized the 4th and 5th decades of human presence on Mars. Unlike the dramatic independence movements of Earth's history, with their declarations and conflicts, Martian independence evolved through a series of pragmatic adjustments to the realities of distance, diverging interests, and growing self-sufficiency. The term Commonwealth itself reflected this evolution, acknowledging both shared heritage with Earth and the practical autonomy of Martian governance. The catalyst for formal recognition came in year 32, when a coalition of Earth nations proposed the Mars Governance Accord. This document, carefully worded to avoid inflammatory terms like independence or sovereignty, acknowledged the special autonomous status of the Martian settlements and formalized their right to self-governance in internal affairs. Earth retained authority only in matters with interplanetary implications, such as communication protocols, quarantine standards, and outer space activities beyond Mars' orbit. Many historians view the Accord as Earth's pragmatic acceptance of what had already become reality. The economic cost of attempting to maintain direct control over Mars, even if it had been technically feasible, far exceeded any potential benefits. By formalizing the relationship, Earth nations secured continued scientific cooperation and trade possibilities, while relieving themselves of financial responsibility for the colony's basic needs. The Martian response to the Accord was the development of the Commonwealth Charter, a constitutional document ratified in year 34 by representatives from all settlements. The Charter established a federated structure that balanced settlement autonomy with central coordination. Each settlement maintained control over its internal operations while participating in Commonwealth-wide institutions. A legislative assembly with proportional representation, an executive council selected by the assembly, and a judicial panel for dispute resolution. Significantly, the Charter incorporated what became known as the adaptation principle, the recognition that Martian institutions should evolve in response to Martian conditions rather than merely replicate Earth models. This principle explicitly acknowledged that solutions developed for Earth's gravity, atmosphere, resources, and social patterns might be suboptimal for Mars. It encouraged institutional experimentation and revision based on experience rather than tradition. The Charter also established the contribution system, a resource allocation model that differed significantly from Earth's predominant market economies or centralized systems. Under this system, all settlements contributed resources to Commonwealth needs based on their production capacities, while receiving allocations based on a formula accounting for population, critical projects, and emergency reserves. This system evolved from the necessity-driven resource sharing of the colony's early years, formalized into an economic model that prioritized collective survival over individual or settlement-level profit. During the 2 decades following the Charter's adoption, the Martian population expanded dramatically. Improved habitat construction techniques, agricultural efficiency, and transportation infrastructure supported growth from approximately 1,200 colonists in year 30 to nearly 8,000 by year 50. This growth spread across 7 major settlements, each with distinct specializations and environmental conditions. The original Arcadia settlement remained the primary point of contact with Earth, hosting the central communication arrays, and receiving facilities for most incoming ships. Loton continued as the industrial center, its extensive underground facilities housing manufacturing operations from basic materials processing to advanced electronics production. Olympus Base evolved into a scientific and educational hub. Cavern City, established in the lava tubes discovered in year 29, grew to become the largest settlement in terms of both population and habitable volume. Its vast natural chambers allowed for architecture impossible elsewhere on Mars, open spaces with 50-meter ceilings, multi-level structures built within the caverns, and sky gardens, where lighting systems on the chamber roofs simulated the changing light patterns of Earth days and seasons. 3 new settlements established during this period completed the Commonwealth. Meridiani Station, founded near the equator to exploit mineral deposits. Polar Haven, built partially within the northern ice cap to facilitate water extraction and polar research. And Sky's Edge, constructed along the rim of a crater with spectacular views that made it popular among artists, educators, and those designing habitats optimized for psychological well-being rather than mere efficiency. These settlements, while sharing common technologies and governance, each developed distinctive cultures and priorities. Arcadia retained the strongest Earth connections, with many residents planning eventual return. Loton and Meridiani attracted those with technical and industrial inclinations. Cavern City became known for its community-focused social structures and arts. Olympus Base housed academics and researchers. Polar Haven drew explorers and environmental engineers. Sky's Edge became home to Martian philosophers, artists, and innovative habitat designers. Year 35 marked the beginning of the first significant terraforming experiments. While the concept of transforming Mars into an Earth-like planet had been discussed since before the first landing, the technological capabilities and resource requirements had made it a theoretical discussion rather than a practical project. With the Commonwealth's growing industrial capacity and scientific understanding of Martian systems, limited terraforming initiatives became feasible. The initial experiments focused on localized atmospheric modification. Small contained valleys were selected as test sites, where greenhouse gases more potent than carbon dioxide were released in controlled amounts. These gases, primarily perfluorocarbons manufactured in Loton's chemical facilities, trapped solar energy far more efficiently than the existing Martian atmosphere, raising surface temperatures within the test areas by as much as 15 degrees Celsius. These warming experiments were coupled with the introduction of specially engineered microorganisms designed to survive in the still harsh conditions of the warmed valleys. This approach sparked intense debate around panspermia, the deliberate introduction of Earth life forms to Mars. The concept divided the Martian population along philosophical, scientific, and practical lines. Those supporting panspermia argued that introducing Earth microbes was the necessary first step in a centuries-long process of making Mars more habitable for humans. These organisms, they contended, could begin the transformation of the Martian surface, gradually building soil, releasing oxygen, and creating conditions for more complex life. They pointed to the lack of confirmed native Martian life, despite decades of searching, suggesting that ethical concerns about contaminating a pristine environment were outweighed by the benefits of establishing a second biosphere in our solar system. Opponents raised both scientific and ethical objections. Scientifically, they noted that introducing Earth organisms could contaminate Mars before the search for native life was complete, potentially destroying evidence of a separate genesis of life. Ethically, they questioned humanity's right to fundamentally transform another planet, arguing that Mars had intrinsic value in its natural state. Some proposed a compromise, terraforming designated regions while preserving others in their original condition for research and as a record of Mars before human arrival. The Commonwealth government ultimately approved a limited program of contained terraforming experiments with strict monitoring requirements. These experiments were confined to specific valleys and craters, with multiple layers of containment to prevent uncontrolled spread of introduced organisms. The approach acknowledged both the potential benefits of terraforming and the need for caution in this unprecedented intervention in a planetary environment. Year 38 saw the beginning of construction on New Atlanta, the first city planned and built entirely by Martian-born engineers and architects. Located near the equator for optimal solar energy generation, New Atlanta represented a departure from the pragmatic, necessity-driven design of earlier settlements. Its creators had grown up on Mars, and their vision reflected a deeper integration with Martian environmental conditions. New Atlanta incorporated both surface and subsurface elements in a unified design. Transparent domes containing gardens and public spaces were built with locally manufactured polymers, allowing natural sunlight to enter while providing radiation shielding. These domes were connected to extensive underground living and working areas by spiral ramps that created a flowing transition between surface and subsurface environments. The city's layout followed the natural contours of the terrain rather than imposing a grid, resulting in an organic pattern that minimized energy needed for climate control. Most distinctively, New Atlanta was designed for the physiology of Mars-born humans. Ceiling heights accommodated their taller stature. Stairways were calibrated for the longer stride and lower impact force of walking in Martian gravity. Exercise facilities focused on the specific muscle groups most affected by low-gravity living. These features made the city comfortable for its Martian-born residents, while subtly challenging for Earth-born visitors, a physical manifestation of the growing physiological divide between humans of the two worlds. The completion of New Atlanta's first phase in year 42 coincided with a significant shift in Earth-Mars relations. Earth's environmental challenges, climate instability, resource depletion, and the social tensions these created reached crisis levels in several regions. Mars, once viewed as a distant scientific outpost, began to appear to some as a potential refuge. Transport companies that had previously focused on scientific and support missions began marketing passenger services to wealthy individuals seeking to escape Earth's problems. This led to what Martians called the second wave, a period of increased immigration driven more by push factors on Earth than pull factors on Mars. The new arrivals differed from earlier colonists in significant ways. They were typically older, wealthier, and less thoroughly screened for the psychological attributes associated with success in the Martian environment. Many came with limited technical skills directly applicable to colony operations, but brought substantial financial resources or Earth-based corporate connections. The Commonwealth government found itself balancing the benefits of population growth and incoming resources against the challenges of integrating people who often had unrealistic expectations of Martian living conditions. A quota system was implemented, requiring prospective immigrants to demonstrate either needed technical skills or to contribute significant resources toward habitat expansion that would accommodate them without straining existing systems. Despite these controls, the second wave created tensions within Martian society. Original settlers and their descendants often viewed the newcomers as demanding privileges without understanding the sacrifices and adaptation required for Martian life. New immigrants frequently complained about conditions they found primitive compared to Earth standards. The social divisions were exacerbated by the newcomers' tendency to cluster in certain settlements, particularly Arcadia and the newly constructed New Atlanta, rather than distributing throughout the Commonwealth. Year 43 marked the formal establishment of Mars University in Olympus Base, the first comprehensive higher education institution on the planet. While educational programs had existed within the settlements from the early years, the university represented a systematized approach to developing and transmitting Martian knowledge across generations. Its founding charter emphasized the study of Archaeology, the integrated understanding of Mars as a physical, chemical, biological, and now human system. Mars University differed from Earth institutions in both structure and focus. Rather than dividing knowledge into traditional academic disciplines, it organized research and teaching around practical challenges of Martian living: habitat engineering, closed system ecology, low-gravity medicine, resource extraction and processing, and solar system economics. Students participated in working research from their first year, contributing to ongoing projects while learning both theoretical principles and practical applications. The university also served as a knowledge repository, systematically documenting the accumulated experience of Mars settlement. Everything from technical specifications of life support systems to records of failed approaches provided a knowledge base for future generations. This emphasis on preserving hard-won experiential knowledge reflected the high stakes of the Martian environment, where overlooking a lesson from the past could have fatal consequences. Economic development accelerated during the 4th and 5th decades, transforming Mars from a dependent colony to a producer of unique value. The rare earth element deposits discovered in year 20 became the foundation of a growing export economy. These materials, essential for advanced electronics and renewable energy systems, commanded prices on Earth high enough to justify the significant cost of transport. Martian mining and processing operations, optimized for local conditions, produced exceptionally pure materials with lower environmental impact than equivalent Earth operations. Beyond raw materials, Mars began exporting intellectual property, designs, processes, and technologies developed for the unique Martian environment, but with applications on Earth. Martian advances in closed-loop agriculture found markets in Earth's arid regions and space habitats. Water purification systems designed to eliminate Martian perchlorates proved effective against various industrial contaminants on Earth. Most profitably, Martian innovations in low-energy manufacturing techniques gained adoption in Earth industries facing increasing energy costs. This economic growth strengthened the Commonwealth's position in interplanetary relations while creating internal challenges. The question of how to distribute benefits from exports became politically contentious. Some argued that all proceeds should fund Commonwealth-wide infrastructure and research, while others advocated for settlements or even individuals directly involved in production to receive greater shares. The contribution system, designed for basic resource allocation, required modification to accommodate these new forms of value creation. By year 48, distinct political factions had emerged within the Commonwealth, advocating different visions for Mars' future. While these groupings defied simple labels, three broad perspectives gained significant followings: the harmonizers, advocated for careful integration with Martian conditions while maintaining human biological parameters relatively unchanged. They supported contained habitats optimized for human health, selective terraforming of limited areas, and continued close relations with Earth while maintaining political autonomy. This position attracted many of the original settlers and those with scientific backgrounds. The transformers pushed for aggressive terraforming and planet-wide changes to make Mars more Earth-like over centuries. They viewed the current contained habitats as a transitional phase toward a future where humans could eventually walk the Martian surface with minimal protection. This faction found support among many Earth immigrants and those with engineering backgrounds who saw Mars as a planet to be reformed for human purposes. The adapters represented the most radical vision. They embraced and accelerated human adaptation to Mars, including extensive genetic modification to create humans specifically evolved for Martian conditions. They argued that changing humans to fit Mars was more ethical and efficient than changing Mars to fit humans. This perspective gained traction primarily among the Mars-born population, particularly those who had already received genetic modifications to thrive in the Martian environment. These factions competed for influence in the Commonwealth government, forming shifting coalitions around specific issues. Their debates centered on fundamental questions: should humans adapt to Mars or Mars to humans? What constitutes responsible stewardship of a planet? How separate should Martian civilization become from Earth? These questions had no easy answers, and the dialogue between these perspectives shaped the Commonwealth's evolving approach to its unique challenges. As the Commonwealth approached its 50th anniversary, it had transformed from a precarious outpost to a complex society with its own political institutions, economic systems, and cultural expressions. The population of approximately 8,000 included both Earth immigrants and a growing majority of Mars-born citizens. Infrastructure had expanded from the rudimentary habitats of the early years to interconnected settlements spanning thousands of kilometers, linked by regular transport service, both on the surface and via orbit. The relationship with Earth had evolved from dependency to interdependence. Mars still relied on Earth for certain specialized technologies and materials, while Earth benefited from Martian resources and innovations. Political autonomy had been formally recognized, though the practical realities of solar system physics meant that Earth and Mars would always influence each other, separated by distance, but connected by communication, trade, and shared human heritage. Perhaps most significantly, Mars had become more than a place humans visited or even lived. It was becoming a human home with its own identity. Children born on the red planet spoke of Earth not as home, but as the other world, a place of historical importance and ongoing connection, but not the center of their universe. Their perspective was literally grounded in Mars, their understanding of concepts like sky, weather, and horizon, shaped by Martian rather than Earth conditions. A speech delivered at the 50-year commemoration ceremony captured this emerging identity. We are witnessing the birth of something unprecedented in human history, a second branch of human civilization, adapted to a different world. We honor our Earth origins while embracing our Martian future. The Commonwealth is not just a political structure or a collection of habitats. It is humanity's declaration that we are no longer bound to a single world. What happens here in the coming decades will determine not just the future of Mars, but the future of our species as an interplanetary civilization. The first half-century of human presence on Mars had answered the question of whether people could survive there. The next half-century would address a more profound question. What kind of civilization would emerge from this unprecedented experiment in human adaptation to an alien world? The Commonwealth stood at this threshold, balanced between Earth and Mars, between preservation and transformation, between human history and an uncertain but promising future among the stars. Part 6, the transformation begins. They called it the Breathe Project, a misnomer since no human would live to breathe Martian air naturally. But the name captured the dream of transformation that drove Martian society forward, even as it tore that same society apart. Year 51 marked the beginning of Mars' second half-century of human habitation, with a decisive shift from adaptation to transformation. The Mars Commonwealth government, after years of debate and small-scale experiments, approved the Comprehensive Planetary Modification Initiative, officially designated the Atmospheric Reformation and Surface Enhancement Program. Colonists simply called it the Breathe Project, reflecting its ultimate goal of creating a thicker atmosphere that might, generations hence, allow humans to walk the Martian surface with minimal protection. The vision was breathtaking in its ambition, to initiate changes that would unfold over centuries, gradually warming the planet, thickening its atmosphere, and creating conditions where Earth-derived life could survive outside enclosed habitats. No one believed they would personally witness the end result. The project's timeline extended far beyond human lifespans, but the possibility of setting such a transformation in motion captured the imagination of many Martians, particularly those who struggled with the psychological constraints of permanent habitat living. The centerpiece of initial efforts was the deployment of orbital mirrors, massive, lightweight reflective structures positioned to direct additional sunlight onto Mars' polar ice caps. These mirrors, constructed at Phobos Station using materials mined from the Martian moon itself, were technological marvels. Each consisted of ultra-thin reflective film stretched across a frame nearly a kilometer in diameter, yet weighing only a few tons in Mars orbit. When properly positioned, each mirror could increase solar energy reaching targeted surface areas by approximately 15%. The first mirror was deployed in year 52, angled to focus additional heat on the southern polar cap during Martian summer. Instruments on the surface measured a localized temperature increase of 7 degrees C in the targeted region, enough to sublimate frozen carbon dioxide directly into gas, the first step in atmospheric thickening. 4 additional mirrors followed over the next 3 years, creating a network that could be adjusted to target specific regions as seasons changed. Simultaneously, teams at Mars University's Biological Engineering Division finalized preparations for the most controversial aspect of the project: the release of engineered extremophile microorganisms onto the Martian surface. These organisms, primarily modified cyanobacteria and specialized fungi, had been developed through decades of laboratory research, designed to survive in Mars' harsh conditions while performing specific environmental functions. The bacterial strains could extract nitrogen from Martian soil compounds, gradually releasing it into the atmosphere. The fungi were designed to break down perchlorates in the soil, reducing toxicity while releasing oxygen as a byproduct. Together, these organisms represented the first phase of a biological transformation, intended to make Mars incrementally more hospitable to Earth life, with each generation of engineered organisms. The proposal to release these organisms beyond contained experimental areas triggered the most profound political crisis in Mars history. The debate transcended previous political factions, creating a sharp division between preservationists and transformers that cut across settlements, professions, and even families. Preservationists argued that releasing Earth organisms across Mars would irreversibly alter a unique planetary environment before it had been fully studied. They pointed to ongoing research suggesting that dormant indigenous microbial life might still exist in isolated subsurface regions, particularly in the recently discovered extensive underground water systems. Contaminating these environments with Earth life, they argued, would destroy the opportunity to study a potential second genesis of life in our solar system, perhaps the most significant scientific discovery possible. Beyond scientific concerns, preservationists raised ethical objections. They questioned humanity's right to fundamentally transform an entire planet, particularly when the transformation served human interests at the potential expense of indigenous life or natural processes. Many advocated for a contained civilization approach, where human habitation would remain limited to enclosed habitats and minimally invasive resource extraction, preserving most of Mars in its natural state. Transformers countered with both practical and philosophical arguments. Practically, they maintained that long-term human presence on Mars was unsustainable without expanding beyond enclosed habitats, which remained vulnerable to catastrophic failures despite decades of engineering improvements. Creating a more Earth-like environment, even if limited to certain regions, would provide crucial redundancy for human survival. Philosophically, many transformers viewed planetary engineering as humanity's destiny and responsibility. A lifeless planet given life is greater than a dead planet preserved in its lifelessness, argued one prominent advocate. They viewed Mars not as a pristine environment to be preserved, but as a canvas for human creativity and biological expansion, a second chance to demonstrate responsible stewardship while creating a multiplanetary future for Earth life. The Commonwealth Legislative Assembly became deadlocked on the issue, with representatives from different settlements divided according to local interests and values. Olympus Base and Sky's Edge, with their concentrations of scientists and philosophers, largely opposed widespread release of organisms. New Atlanta and Arcadia, with their more pragmatic engineering cultures and larger Earth immigrant populations, supported the Breathe project. Other settlements split along complicated lines, reflecting their specific circumstances and cultures. After months of debate, the Commonwealth Executive Council made the controversial decision to proceed with limited releases in designated transformation zones, while maintaining strict biological quarantines around regions of scientific interest. This compromise satisfied neither faction fully, but attempted to balance competing values by creating a Mars that would include both transformed and preserved environments. The announcement of this decision triggered what became known as the Crimson Riots, the first significant civil unrest in Martian history. In Olympus Base, where preservationist sentiment ran strongest, hundreds of residents staged a non-violent occupation of the settlement's main agricultural facility, disrupting food production to protest the decision. At Phobos Station, transformer-aligned technicians accelerated mirror deployment without proper authorization. In New Atlanta, physical confrontations broke out between opposing groups during public demonstrations. This unrest revealed the limitations of Martian security systems, which had been designed primarily to respond to environmental emergencies rather than civil conflict. Commonwealth authorities lacked both the personnel and the practical means to suppress demonstrations in multiple locations simultaneously. The enclosed nature of Martian habitats made traditional crowd control methods dangerous to infrastructure, and by extension, to everyone's survival. The crisis was ultimately resolved through a series of public dialogues facilitated by Mars University faculty, which produced revised implementation protocols for the Breathe project. The modifications included additional containment measures, expanded preservation zones, and enhanced monitoring systems to detect any unusual spread of introduced organisms. Most significantly, the agreement established a 25-year review process, whereby the project's continuation would require periodic reauthorization based on scientific assessment of its impacts. With this compromise in place, the first controlled release of engineered organisms occurred in year 54 in a remote valley near the equator. Teams in sealed environmental suits carefully distributed bacterial cultures across a 1 square kilometer test area, then retreated to monitoring stations to observe the results. For the first time, Earth life was deliberately introduced to the Martian environment with the intention of permanent establishment rather than experimental study. The microorganisms performed largely as designed, establishing colonies in protected niches among rocks and soil particles. Survival rates exceeded predictions in some areas and fell short in others, providing valuable data for refinement of subsequent generations. Most importantly, the organisms remained confined to the designated release area, alleviating immediate concerns about uncontrolled spread. Over the following 3 years, additional releases expanded the transformation zones to cover approximately 0.01% of Mars' surface, a tiny fraction of the planet, but a significant milestone in the project's implementation. Monitoring stations recorded subtle but measurable changes in soil chemistry and localized atmospheric composition, confirming that the biological phase of planetary transformation had begun. Year 56 brought a breakthrough that would accelerate habitat expansion across Mars: the development of a new transparent dome material manufactured entirely from Martian resources. Previous habitat domes had relied on materials either brought from Earth or manufactured through energy-intensive processes using limited local inputs. The new material, a complex polymer derived from carbon dioxide, water, and mineral catalysts, could be produced at scale using abundant Martian resources. The material, officially designated Mars Dome polymer, but colloquially called clear steel by colonists, offered exceptional properties for habitat construction. It provided radiation shielding comparable to 3 meters of Martian regolith while remaining transparent to visible light. Its tensile strength allowed for larger unsupported dome spans than previous materials. Most importantly, it could self-repair minor damage through a chemical reaction triggered by exposure to the carbon dioxide in Mars' atmosphere, a crucial safety feature for structures constantly exposed to micrometeorite impacts and temperature fluctuations. Clear steel revolutionized Martian architecture. Settlements rapidly constructed new domed areas, expanding habitable space beyond underground complexes. These domes housed everything from agricultural operations to public gathering spaces, educational facilities, and recreational areas. For the first time, Martians could live and work in spaces with direct views of their planet's landscape, while remaining in shirt-sleeve environments. This architectural transformation coincided with a new wave of immigration from Earth. The resource conflicts that had destabilized Earth's economic systems in previous decades escalated into regional resource wars, particularly in areas with scarce water or agricultural land. As conditions deteriorated, Mars increasingly appeared as a viable alternative for those with the means to relocate. The Commonwealth maintained strict immigration quotas, recognizing that uncontrolled population growth would overwhelm life support capabilities. Priority was given to individuals with technical skills needed for settlement expansion, those willing to undergo genetic modification for better adaptation to Martian conditions, and families of existing colonists. Despite these limitations, the Martian population grew from approximately 8,000 in year 50 to nearly 20,000 by year 60, distributed across 12 settlements. 5 new settlements were established during this decade: a Cydalia port, constructed near newly discovered subsurface water reserves; Tharsis Junction, positioned at a critical transportation hub between existing settlements; Utopia Basin, founded specifically as a center for xeno-agricultural experimentation; Mariner Valley, built within a canyon system offering natural radiation protection; and Elysia, designed as a cultural center with an emphasis on arts, education, and psychological well-being. Each new settlement incorporated lessons learned from earlier habitats while developing distinctive specializations and cultural characteristics. The geographic dispersal of population, combined with the increasing proportion of Mars-born individuals, accelerated the development of regional variations in Martian culture. These differences manifested most notably in the emergence of Martian English, a dialect with vocabulary and grammatical structures increasingly distinct from Earth Standard English. Martian English evolved partly from technical jargon, incorporating terms related to the unique environment and technologies of Mars. Redout described periods of reduced visibility during dust storms. Graysick referred to the psychological impact of long-term habitat confinement. Outbreather became the term for high-risk activities conducted outside pressurized environments. More fundamentally, the dialect incorporated grammatical adaptations reflecting Martian perspectives. The language developed specialized verb forms distinguishing actions in pressurized versus unpressurized environments. Directional terms expanded beyond the simple up and down of Earth to include specific references to elevation relative to Mars' curved surface. Temporal expressions evolved to accommodate the longer Martian day and different seasonal patterns. By year 58, linguistic differences had grown significant enough that real-time conversations between Martians and Earth residents occasionally required clarification of terms or concepts. This linguistic divergence symbolized the broader cultural separation occurring as the Mars-born population, now a majority, developed worldviews fundamentally shaped by Martian rather than Earth experiences. Year 59 brought a scientific discovery that would significantly alter terraforming strategies: comprehensive mapping of an extensive underground water system extending across much of Mars' northern hemisphere. Previous explorations had identified isolated water deposits, but new sensing technologies revealed interconnected aquifers and subsurface rivers flowing through porous rock layers dozens or even hundreds of meters below the surface. This discovery contradicted earlier models of Mars as a predominantly dry planet with isolated pockets of water ice. Instead, it suggested that substantial liquid water remained from Mars' wetter past, protected from evaporation by overlying rock and maintained in liquid state through pressure and possible geothermal heating. Analysis of samples from accessible portions of this water system indicated conditions potentially habitable for certain Earth microorganisms and possibly for indigenous Martian life, if it existed. For terraforming advocates, the extensive water system represented a tremendous resource that could potentially be tapped to support surface transformation. Bringing this water to the surface in controlled ways could create localized humid environments, accelerating the establishment of Earth organisms. The subsurface rivers also offered access to minerals and nutrients that might support more complex ecosystems than previously thought possible. For preservationists, however, the discovery strengthened arguments for caution. These subsurface environments, protected from surface radiation and temperature extremes, represented the most likely habitat for any surviving indigenous Martian life. Introducing Earth organisms that might find their way into this water system could potentially contaminate these environments before they could be properly studied. The Commonwealth government responded by implementing a hybrid approach, accelerating terraforming activities in designated surface zones while establishing enhanced protection for areas with significant subsurface water features. This compromise allowed the Breathe project to continue while preserving the scientific value of potentially unique subsurface ecosystems. The decade concluded with a milestone in human biological adaptation to Mars, the birth of the first humans with comprehensive genetic modifications specifically designed for the Martian environment. Unlike earlier limited modifications targeting specific traits like bone density or radiation resistance, these children received a coordinated package of genetic changes affecting multiple systems: cardiovascular, respiratory, musculoskeletal, immune, and metabolic. These modifications were intended to address the full spectrum of challenges posed by Mars' lower gravity, radiation exposure, and enclosed habitat environments. The children's skeletal structures incorporated enhanced calcium retention mechanisms to maintain bone density. Their muscle fibers included higher proportions of slow-twitch fibers, optimized for the lower energy requirements of movement in Martian gravity. Their skin cells contained additional melanin and DNA repair mechanisms for radiation protection. Most significantly, their respiratory systems included modifications allowing more efficient oxygen extraction from low-pressure air, a first step toward potential adaptation to Mars' native atmosphere in future generations. While these children would still require pressurized habitats or pressure suits to survive outside, their bodies could function with lower oxygen concentrations and pressure levels than unmodified humans. These genetic changes raised profound questions about human identity and the future relationship between Earth and Martian populations. The modified children remained fully human genetically, with changes affecting less than 0.1% of their genome. Functionally, however, they represented the beginning of a potential divergence between Earth and Mars populations, humans specifically adapted for life on different worlds. Medical ethicists, both on Mars and Earth, debated the implications of these modifications. Some questioned whether they had crossed a line from therapeutic intervention to the creation of humans engineered for specific environments. Others argued that the modifications represented a natural extension of humanity's adaptive capabilities, using technology to achieve what evolution would eventually produce through natural selection over thousands of generations. For the families of these children, the philosophical debates held less importance than the practical benefits. Their children would face fewer health challenges than previous generations of Mars-born humans. They would require less medical intervention to maintain healthy development. Most importantly, they would be better equipped to thrive in the world that was their home. As Mars completed its 6th decade of human habitation, the transformation had begun on multiple levels. The planet itself was changing. with orbital mirrors warming targeted regions and engineered organisms establishing footholds in the Martian soil. Human habitation was expanding dramatically, with new settlements and larger enclosed spaces created from Martian materials. The population was growing and diversifying, developing distinct regional cultures and linguistic variations. And most profoundly, humans themselves were beginning to change, adapting biologically to the world they had chosen to inhabit. The tension between preservation and transformation remained unresolved, a fundamental philosophical divide that would continue to shape Martian politics and culture. But the practical reality of transformation had been established. The question was no longer whether Mars would change humanity and be changed in return, but how far that mutual transformation would go, and what balance would ultimately be struck between respect for Mars as it was found and the vision of Mars as it might become. A poet from Sky's Edge captured this tension in a work that gained prominence across the settlements. We reach for the stars with hands already shaped by the dust of this world. We dream of breathing free while our children's lungs adapt to thinner air. We transform Mars even as Mars transforms us. Which process will complete first, and will we recognize ourselves when it does? Part 7, Schism, the Great Debate. The discovery of dormant bacterial spores beneath the Tharsis shield didn't just change science, it threatened to tear Martian civilization apart. Were we invaders destroying a sleeping ecosystem, or gardeners bringing life to a dead world? Year 61 began with what should have been a routine drilling operation. A research team from Tharsis Junction had been extracting core samples from beneath the massive volcanic plains of the Tharsis Shield, primarily seeking data on Mars' geological history and potential geothermal energy sources. At a depth of 317 meters, in a pocket of ancient sedimentary rock estimated to be over 3 billion years old, they discovered something that would change humanity's understanding of Mars forever. Microscopic analysis of the cores revealed structures unmistakably biological in origin, bacterial spores preserved in a dormant state. Unlike the engineered Earth microbes already introduced to certain regions of Mars, these organisms showed genetic structures entirely distinct from Earth life. Their DNA equivalent used different base pairs and coding mechanisms, confirming what scientists had speculated for decades. Mars had independently developed life. Further analysis suggested these organisms had entered dormancy when Mars' climate shifted toward extreme cold and aridity billions of years ago. The spores showed no signs of metabolic activity, but retained structural integrity that hinted at potential viability. In essence, they appeared to be life suspended rather than extinct, a biological time capsule from Mars' warmer, wetter past. Within days of the announcement, a second discovery compounded the implications. Samples from the recently mapped underground water system revealed similar dormant organisms in widely separated locations. This suggested that the life forms weren't isolated accidents of survival, but represented a potentially planet-wide dormant ecosystem, awaiting conditions that might never naturally return. The scientific implications were monumental. Here was the first confirmed example of non-Earth life, evidence that the genesis of life could occur independently in different environments. The organism's unique biochemistry offered insights into alternative evolutionary pathways, expanding humanity's understanding of what life could be. For astrobiologists, it represented the most significant discovery in the history of their field. But the ethical implications proved even more profound. The Breathe project and other terraforming initiatives had been predicated on the assumption that Mars was a dead world. The introduction of Earth organisms had been justified partly by the argument that they were bringing life to a lifeless environment. The discovery of dormant Martian life fundamentally challenged this narrative. Transforming Mars might not be creating a biosphere where none existed, but rather replacing an indigenous one with terrestrial transplants. The Martian Commonwealth government immediately declared a moratorium on all terraforming activities pending comprehensive review. Samples were sent to bioscience facilities across all settlements for parallel analysis, confirming the initial findings. A special scientific commission was established to assess the viability of the dormant organisms and their potential distribution across the planet. The commission's preliminary report, released 6 months after the discovery, offered a nuanced but troubling assessment. The dormant organisms appeared potentially revivable under the right conditions, specifically warmer temperatures, higher pressure, and liquid water. These were precisely the conditions that the Breathe project was working to create, but with a crucial difference. The project was simultaneously introducing Earth organisms that would likely outcompete the Martian life if both were activated together. In essence, the terraforming projects were inadvertently creating conditions that might briefly revive indigenous Martian life, only to immediately subject it to overwhelming competition from Earth species, optimized through both natural evolution and engineering for precisely such environments. The Martian life would have no opportunity to re-establish itself before being displaced. This revelation fractured Martian society along new fault lines. The previous division between preservationists and transformers evolved into more complex positions reflecting differing values and priorities. Public forums across the settlements hosted intense debates over humanity's ethical responsibilities toward indigenous Martian life versus their own survival needs and terraforming aspirations. At Mars University, a consortium of ethicists, biologists, and philosophers developed what became known as the Parallel Biosphere Proposal, a framework suggesting that Mars could sustain both indigenous and Earth-derived life if properly managed. The proposal called for establishing strictly maintained preservation zones where Martian organisms could be revived and studied in isolated environments. Simultaneously, transformation zones would continue controlled introduction of Earth organisms in regions without evidence of indigenous life. This approach gained traction as a pragmatic compromise. It acknowledged both the scientific value of Martian life and the practical necessity of continuing human adaptation of portions of the planet. After extensive public consultation and scientific review, the Commonwealth government formally adopted a modified version of this proposal in year 63. Mars was officially divided into designated preservation and transformation zones based on geological features, presence of subsurface water, and evidence of dormant indigenous life. Approximately 47% of the planet's surface was classified as preservation zones, including most of the northern lowlands and areas with significant subsurface water systems. The remaining 53%, primarily in the southern highlands and isolated regions without detected indigenous life, became transformation zones where terraforming activities could continue. This division extended beyond the surface. Subterranean rights were strictly regulated, with preservation zones extending downward to include underlying aquifers and geological formations. An extensive network of monitoring stations was established along the boundaries between zones to detect any cross-contamination of biospheres. The biosphere division necessitated a more formal political structure to manage these complex boundaries and competing interests. The existing Commonwealth governance model, designed for a smaller population with more aligned priorities, proved inadequate for resolving the deep philosophical differences now emerging across settlements. Year 64 saw the establishment of the Mars Parliament, a formal legislative body with expanded powers and proportional representation from all settlements. Unlike the previous Commonwealth Legislative Assembly, which had functioned primarily through consensus, the Parliament incorporated structured opposition, with representatives aligning into formal political parties reflecting different visions for Mars' future. Three major political groupings emerged, though with considerable internal diversity and frequent coalition building across party lines. The Preservation Party prioritized protection of indigenous Martian life and advocated for minimal human impact outside established settlements. The Transformation Party supported continued terraforming and adaptation of Mars for human habitation. The Synthesis Party sought balanced approaches that would allow both indigenous revival and human expansion through technological solutions and careful management. The Parliament became the forum for debating not just terraforming policies, but broader questions about Mars' relationship with Earth, resource allocation between settlements, and the future direction of Martian society. Its weekly sessions, broadcast throughout the settlements, featured passionate debates that reflected the high stakes of decisions affecting an entire planet's development. While political structures evolved to manage Mars' planetary future, science continued advancing human adaptation to Martian conditions. Year 66 marked a significant breakthrough in genetic engineering techniques applicable to human adaptation. Researchers at New Atlanta's Biotechnology Institute developed a method for making precise epigenetic modifications that could be applied to adults rather than only to embryos or children. This technology, called targeted epigenetic modulation, didn't alter the underlying genetic code, but rather changed how genes were expressed. It allowed adults who had grown up on Earth to undergo treatments that would activate or suppress specific genes related to bone density maintenance, muscle efficiency in lower gravity, and radiation resistance. While not as comprehensive as the genetic modifications made to Mars-born children, targeted epigenetic modulation offered significant improvements in health outcomes for adult immigrants. The availability of targeted epigenetic modulation accelerated immigration from Earth as the physical challenges of adaptation became less daunting. Many Earth residents who had previously been deterred by the medical difficulties of transitioning to Martian gravity now reconsidered relocation. The Commonwealth government adjusted immigration quotas upward to accommodate increased demand while maintaining sustainable population growth. Year 68 saw the beginning of the most ambitious energy infrastructure project in Martian history. The Olympus Geothermal Initiative, colloquially known as the Olympus Project. This controversial endeavor aimed to tap the presumed geothermal energy beneath Olympus Mons, the massive shield volcano that towers 21 kilometers above the surrounding plains. Geological surveys had detected temperature anomalies, suggesting that despite Mars' generally cool interior compared to Earth, localized heat sources existed beneath major volcanic features. Olympus Mons, as the largest volcano in the solar system, potentially sat atop a massive reservoir of thermal energy that could provide power for multiple settlements if successfully accessed. The project involved drilling a series of deep shafts into the volcano's lower slopes, extending kilometers into the Martian crust to reach the theorized heat sources. If successful, the system would circulate fluid through these depths, capturing thermal energy to generate electricity and heat for habitats. The potential output was estimated at several gigawatts, enough to power all existing Martian settlements with capacity for significant expansion. Critics of the project raised both practical and ethical concerns. Practically, they questioned the geological models predicting heat sources within drilling range and warned of potential Marsquarks triggered by the deep drilling. Ethically, they noted that the project site overlapped with a designated preservation zone containing evidence of dormant indigenous life, which might be disrupted by the drilling and potential thermal changes. After contentious parliamentary debate, the project received conditional approval with strict monitoring requirements and contingency plans for immediate shutdown if indigenous life was threatened. Construction began in year 69 with a planned 5-year timeline to complete the initial drilling phase. The project became a symbol of Martian technological ambition and the ongoing tension between human development needs and preservation values. As these projects advanced, the Martian population continued its rapid growth. By year 70, census figures recorded approximately 40,000 humans living on Mars, distributed across the 12 major settlements and numerous smaller outposts. This population now included 4 distinct generations: the original Earth-born settlers, now elderly, Earth immigrants who had arrived as adults, the first generation of Mars-born humans, now having children of their own, and children born with comprehensive genetic adaptations to Martian conditions. This 4th generation represented a significant milestone in human evolution on Mars. Born to parents who had received the first genetic modifications specifically for Martian conditions, these children inherited those adaptations and received additional modifications based on emerging research. Their physiology differed from Earth humans in numerous subtle but meaningful ways. Cardiovascular systems optimized for lower gravity, respiratory efficiency enhanced for the habitat atmosphere, bone structures fundamentally different from Earth normal parameters. Medical research in year 71 confirmed what many had suspected. This generation of Martian humans could not survive in Earth gravity without extensive medical intervention. Their skeletal structures would fracture under 1 gravity conditions. Their cardiovascular systems could not maintain adequate circulation against Earth's stronger gravitational pull. Their muscle development, while perfect for Mars, provided insufficient strength for Earth movement. This biological reality reinforced the psychological separation already developing between Mars-born humans and Earth. For this generation, Earth was not merely a distant world. It was a fundamentally inhospitable environment. Their existential reality centered entirely on Mars, with Earth relegated to an ancestral homeland they could study but never visit without risk to their lives. The communication challenges between planets had always complicated Earth-Mars relations, with the time delay ranging from 4 to 24 minutes, depending on orbital positions. Year 72 brought a technological response to this constraint with the development of the Link, a neural communication system designed to overcome the psychological barriers created by asynchronous communication. The Link used brain-computer interface technology to create what users described as a shared mental space between participants on Mars and Earth. Rather than exchanging discrete messages with frustrating delays, users on both planets could contribute to a collaborative virtual environment that updated as signals arrived. The system included sophisticated predictive algorithms that anticipated likely responses, creating a sense of continuous interaction despite the physical reality of delayed transmission. While the link couldn't actually overcome the light speed limitation, it transformed how the delay was experienced. Conversations that previously felt disjointed became flowing exchanges of ideas. Emotional connections previously strained by communication gaps were strengthened through persistent virtual presence. Family members separated by interplanetary distance could maintain meaningful relationships despite never experiencing truly real-time interaction. The technology's adoption accelerated cultural exchange between planets while simultaneously highlighting their differences. Earth users of the link frequently reported disorientation when experiencing Martian perspectives, particularly the different conceptual frameworks around space, time, and environment that had evolved in Martian culture. Martian users similarly noted how Earth thinking seemed constrained by assumptions about gravity, atmospheric pressure, and natural processes that had little relevance to Martian experience. These distinct worldviews manifested most visibly in the emergence of uniquely Martian religious and spiritual movements during this period. While many colonists maintained religious traditions brought from Earth, often modified to incorporate Martian conditions, entirely new spiritual frameworks began developing among the Mars-born population. The most prominent of these, known as Ariosophia, from Ares, the Greek name for Mars, viewed the planet itself as a dormant consciousness, gradually awakening through interaction with human presence. Followers of Ariosophia interpreted the discovery of indigenous microbial life as evidence of Mars' capacity to generate consciousness, currently expressed at a primitive level, but potentially evolving through symbiotic relationship with human settlers. Ariosophic practices included meditative connection with the Martian landscape, ceremonies marking seasonal changes in the planet's appearance and climate, and ethical frameworks emphasizing reciprocal responsibility between humans and their adopted world. While never attracting a majority of the population, Ariosophia gained significant cultural influence, particularly among younger Mars-born generations seeking spiritual frameworks that centered their Martian rather than Earth identity. Other spiritual movements emerged reflecting different aspects of Martian experience. The Deep Dwellers developed mystical practices focused on the vast lava tube networks and underground habitats where many Martians lived. The Horizon Seekers created rituals celebrating the unique perspectives offered by Mars' smaller size and closer horizon. The dust breath philosophy integrated the omnipresent Martian dust into metaphors for impermanence and interconnection. These indigenous Martian spiritual expressions added another dimension to the cultural divergence between Earth and Mars. For many Earth observers, these new traditions appeared alien and difficult to comprehend. For their Martian practitioners, they represented authentic responses to the lived experience of a different world, more relevant to their daily reality than traditions developed for Earth conditions. As Mars developed its distinct cultural, political, and even spiritual identity, tensions with Earth inevitably emerged around questions of independence and resource rights. Year 74 saw the first significant interplanetary diplomatic crisis when the Earth Coalition for Space Development, a consortium of nations and corporations, announced plans to establish direct mining operations on Mars without Commonwealth authorization. The Earth Coalition claimed authority under a novel interpretation of the original Mars Governance Accord, arguing that certain resource rights had been reserved for Earth entities. The Martian Parliament unanimously rejected this interpretation, asserting that all Martian resources fell under Commonwealth jurisdiction. When Earth announced preparation of a mining expedition regardless of Martian objections, the crisis escalated. The Commonwealth government responded with a measured but firm strategy. They announced that any unauthorized landing would be treated as a violation of Martian sovereignty, with appropriate responses including potential seizure of equipment. Simultaneously, they proposed negotiations for a new resource-sharing agreement that would acknowledge Earth's legitimate interests while respecting Martian authority. The standoff continued for months, complicated by the communication delay that made diplomatic exchanges painfully slow. The link technology facilitated more nuanced discussion among negotiators, but fundamental differences in perspective remained. Earth entities, facing resource shortages and economic pressures, viewed Mars partly as a solution to their problems. Martians, having established a functioning society through tremendous sacrifice, viewed their resources as essential to their own development rather than Earth's recovery. Resolution finally came through a compromise brokered by Mars University's Center for Interplanetary Relations. The Phobos Accords, signed in year 75, established a framework recognizing Martian jurisdiction over surface and subsurface resources, while creating special economic zones where Earth entities could operate under joint governance. In exchange, Earth agreed to continue technology transfers and support for Martian development projects, including expanded transportation infrastructure between planets. The crisis and its resolution crystallized the evolving relationship between Earth and Mars, neither completely independent nor subordinate, but increasingly engaged as separate political entities with both aligned and competing interests. The Martian Parliament ratified the accords with a statement affirming Mars' permanent status as a self-governing world that honors its Earth origins while determining its own future. As Mars completed its 75th year of human habitation, the schism created by the discovery of indigenous life remained unresolved in many ways. Preservation and transformation zones continued as parallel projects, one focused on reviving and studying Mars' dormant biosphere, the other on adapting regions of the planet for human habitation. The ethical tension between these approaches persisted in political debates, scientific research, and cultural expressions. Yet from this tension emerged a distinctive Martian approach to planetary stewardship, neither pure preservation nor unrestricted transformation, but a nuanced effort to allow both indigenous and immigrant life to find appropriate niches. The parliamentary system provided a framework for managing the inevitable conflicts between these priorities, while maintaining the social cohesion necessary for survival in Mars' challenging environment. The once small colony had grown into a complex society with its own political institutions, cultural expressions, and philosophical frameworks. The population of 40,000, while tiny compared to Earth, represented a critical mass sufficient to sustain a distinctive civilization. Most significantly, the increasing proportion of Mars-born humans, particularly those who could never survive on Earth, ensured that this civilization would continue evolving along its own trajectory, influenced by but not dependent on its Earth origins. A statement from the Mars Parliament's opening session in year 75 captured this emerging identity. We stand today as citizens of two worlds, the Earth that gave birth to our species, and the Mars that shapes our present reality. Our responsibility extends to both, to honor the human heritage we carry from Earth, and to respect the Martian environment that sustains our future. In the balance between these commitments, we will define what it means to be Martian. Part 8, the expansion decade. When the first domed settlement in the Hellas Basin was completed in year 76, humanity had officially become a multi-basin species on a multi-planet journey. The question was no longer if we could survive on Mars, but how the red planet would change us. Hellas Basin, the deepest impact crater in the solar system, had long been identified as a prime location for future settlement. At more than 7 kilometers below the mean surface level of Mars, the basin offered distinct advantages. Higher atmospheric pressure that reduced structural demands on pressurized habitats, additional radiation shielding from the thicker air above, and geological evidence suggesting abundant subsurface water. Despite these benefits, the technical challenges of constructing a major settlement in this remote region had delayed development until advances in materials science and transportation infrastructure made it feasible. New Valentia, as the settlement was named in honor of the Spanish city that funded much of the expedition, represented a leap forward in Martian urban design. Unlike earlier settlements that had grown organically through the addition of modular habitats, New Valentia was conceived as an integrated city from its inception. The central dome, spanning 1.2 kilometers in diameter and fabricated entirely from Martian-produced clear steel, covered an area large enough to develop distinct neighborhoods with unique architectural styles. The dome's interior featured a terrace design that followed the natural contours of the basin. The lowest levels housed hydroponic agricultural operations that benefited from the slightly higher carbon dioxide concentrations that naturally settled in these areas. Mid-levels contained residential zones with housing for up to 15,000 people, while the upper terraces housed administrative centers, educational facilities, and recreational spaces with panoramic views of the surrounding basin through the transparent dome overhead. Most distinctive was New Valentia's climate management system. The city's designers incorporated passive environmental regulation through carefully planned water features, plant distribution, and air circulation patterns. This created microclimates within the dome, from the more humid agricultural levels to the drier residential zones, allowing residents to experience environmental variation previously unavailable in the more utilitarian early habitats. The completion of New Valentia coincided with another major development in Martian society: the establishment of a comprehensive university system spanning multiple settlements. While Mars University in Olympus Base had been functioning for decades as the primary center for higher education, the growing population and increasingly specialized knowledge needs of Martian society demanded a more distributed approach. The Martian University Network was established in year 77, linking specialized institutions across the settlements. New Valentia became home to the Institute for Environmental Design, focusing on habitat architecture and terraforming technologies. Loton housed the Engineering Academy, specializing in subsurface construction and resource extraction. The original Mars University facilities at Olympus Base evolved into the Center for Archaeological Sciences, maintaining its focus on Mars-specific research. This networked approach allowed students to access expertise regardless of their location. Advanced communication technologies, including enhanced versions of the link, enabled collaborative learning environments where students and faculty from different settlements could interact as if physically present together. The distributed model also prevented any single catastrophic event from destroying the accumulated knowledge of Martian civilization. an important consideration for a society acutely aware of its environmental vulnerability. The university system both reflected and reinforced Mars' transition from a collection of settlements to an integrated planetary society. Curricula incorporated distinctly Martian perspectives, with history courses examining human development on Mars alongside Earth history, science programs focusing on low-gravity physics and chemistry, and cultural studies examining the emerging artistic and literary traditions unique to Mars. This period of institutional development coincided with dramatic population growth. The environmental challenges on Earth that had triggered increased migration continued to worsen, culminating in year 78 with what Earth historians termed the cascading crises, a series of interconnected environmental disasters that destabilized multiple regions simultaneously. Unprecedented heat waves rendered large portions of previously habitable areas unsuitable for human occupation without technological intervention. Agricultural systems failed across multiple continents. Water scarcity triggered both regional conflicts and mass population movements. In response, the Mars Parliament temporarily expanded immigration quotas, accepting increased numbers of refugees while maintaining screening for skills and adaptability to Martian conditions. This humanitarian expansion, as it was termed in parliamentary debates, increased Mars' population from approximately 45,000 in year 76 to over 100,000 by year 82, more than doubling in just 6 years. This rapid growth strained Martian infrastructure and resource systems, necessitating accelerated development across all settlements. New habitats were constructed at unprecedented rates, sometimes with reduced safety margins that resulted in occasional pressure failures and structural problems. Agricultural production struggled to keep pace with population growth, leading to temporary food rationing in some settlements. Educational and medical systems faced overwhelming demand from new arrivals needing specialized training and physical adaptation treatments. Despite these challenges, the integration of Earth refugees into Martian society proceeded more smoothly than many had feared. The new arrivals, having experienced environmental collapse firsthand, generally demonstrated strong commitment to Martian sustainability practices. Many brought valuable skills and perspectives that diversified the Martian economy and culture. Perhaps most importantly, they arrived with a deep appreciation for what Mars offered, not merely survival, but the opportunity to build a society that had learned from Earth's mistakes. This period of rapid expansion necessitated fundamental changes in Mars' economic systems. The previous contribution system, designed for a smaller population with more homogeneous needs, proved inadequate for managing a complex economy with diverse production and consumption patterns. Year 80 saw the introduction of the Martian dollar as the settlement's first independent currency, replacing the complex system of resource credits that had previously facilitated exchange between settlements. The Martian dollar was not merely a medium of exchange, but incorporated innovative features specific to Martian conditions. Each currency unit contained embedded information about its resource impact, the water, energy, and raw materials associated with the goods or services it represented. This resource transparency allowed both individuals and governing bodies to track the true environmental cost of economic activities, maintaining the sustainability focus that had been central to the earlier contribution system, while allowing for more flexible and decentralized decision-making. The currency operated primarily in digital form, with physical tokens used only for ceremonial or backup purposes. Transactions were recorded on a distributed ledger maintained across all settlements, ensuring continuity even if communication systems between settlements were temporarily disrupted. The implementation included automatic resource impact fees that funded restoration of critical resources like water and atmospheric gases, embedding environmental stewardship directly into the economic system. Earth governments and corporations initially resisted recognizing the Martian dollar as a legitimate currency, preferring to maintain the fiction that Mars remained an outpost rather than an independent economic entity. However, the practical reality of interplanetary trade eventually forced acceptance. By year 82, most Earth entities engaged in Mars commerce maintained accounts in Martian dollars, implicitly acknowledging the settlement's economic autonomy. As the population grew and economic systems developed, Mars continued expanding its geographic footprint. Year 83 marked the establishment of the first permanent settlement at the northern polar ice cap, a location previously used only for temporary research expeditions. Polar Haven, as the settlement was named, was built directly into the ice cap itself, with habitats carved into the frozen water and carbon dioxide that had accumulated over millions of years. This unusual location offered unique advantages. The abundant ice provided both water resources and radiation shielding superior to regolith. The extreme cold outside the habitat simplified cooling systems for the settlement's advanced computing facilities. Most importantly, the polar location gave access to seasonal phenomena impossible to observe elsewhere on Mars, including the dramatic annual cycle of carbon dioxide freezing and sublimation that significantly affected the planet's atmosphere. Polar Haven quickly developed specialized industries taking advantage of its unique environment. Precision manufacturing facilities utilized the naturally sterile and dust-free conditions available in deep ice chambers. Data storage and processing centers benefited from the ease of cooling in the polar environment. Research facilities studied the layered ice deposits containing a record of Mars' climate history stretching back millions of years. The establishment of this settlement at one of Mars' most extreme locations symbolized the growing confidence of Martian society in its ability to adapt to and thrive in the full range of environments the planet offered. It also represented a strategic decision to maintain human presence across diverse regions, ensuring that no single environmental disaster could threaten the entirety of Martian civilization. This period of geographic and population expansion brought new health challenges as well. Year 81 saw the first documented cases of Martian lung syndrome, a complex condition affecting long-term residents of enclosed habitats. Symptoms included reduced oxygen absorption efficiency, increased susceptibility to certain pathogens, and in severe cases, development of fibrous tissue in the lungs that further impaired respiratory function. Research revealed that the syndrome resulted from prolonged exposure to the artificial atmosphere of Martian habitats. While the air composition closely mimicked Earth's, subtle differences in pressure, humidity, trace gas concentrations, and particulate content created cumulative effects on respiratory tissues. Additionally, the closed recycling systems meant that certain compounds continued circulating at low levels, creating chronic exposures absent in Earth's open atmosphere. The syndrome disproportionately affected Earth-born immigrants who had developed their respiratory systems in Earth conditions before adapting to Mars. Mars-born individuals, particularly those with genetic modifications for respiratory efficiency, showed significantly lower incidence rates. This pattern highlighted the continuing biological divergence between Earth and Mars-adapted humans. Year 82 brought a breakthrough treatment developed by medical researchers at Cavern City. Rather than merely addressing symptoms, the treatment used targeted gene therapy to induce adaptive changes in lung tissue, promoting development of specialized cells better suited to the Martian atmospheric environment. For most patients, the treatment halted progression of the syndrome and partially reversed existing damage, though complete restoration proved impossible for advanced cases. The development of this treatment exemplified the increasingly sophisticated Martian approach to medical challenges, addressing them not merely through management of symptoms, but through fundamental adaptation of human biology to Martian conditions. This philosophy extended beyond respiratory issues to all aspects of human health on Mars, with personalized genetic therapies becoming standard treatment for conditions related to low gravity, radiation exposure, and the closed system environment. As Mars approached the end of its 8th decade of human habitation, the growing divergence between Earth-born and Mars-born populations created legal and social complexities requiring formal resolution. Year 84 saw the convening of the Rights Convention, a constitutional assembly tasked with establishing a comprehensive legal framework addressing the status and rights of different populations within Martian society. The convention addressed 3 fundamental questions: the rights of Mars-born individuals who could not physically survive on Earth, the status of Earth immigrants who might eventually return to their planet of origin, and the legal position of future generations with increasingly divergent biology. The resulting Charter of Martian Rights established principles that would guide the development of more specific legislation. Most significantly, the Charter established the concept of physiological citizenship, legal recognition that individuals adapted to Martian conditions, whether through birth or medical modification, held inalienable rights to the environmental conditions necessary for their survival. This principle obligated the Martian government to maintain suitable habitats and atmospheric conditions regardless of future political or economic considerations. The Charter also formalized the status of Earth immigrants, guaranteeing their full political participation while acknowledging potential divided loyalties for those maintaining Earth citizenship. It established legal frameworks for property ownership, inheritance across planetary boundaries, and resolution of disputes involving parties subject to different biological requirements. Perhaps most forward-thinking were provisions addressing future generations with more extreme adaptations. The Charter explicitly acknowledged the likelihood of continuing human divergence, establishing principles for maintaining human rights across a spectrum of adaptations while preventing discrimination based on degree of modification. It mandated ongoing revision of legal frameworks as new biological variations emerged. The Rights Convention coincided with the final deployment of Mars' planet-wide communication network. Previous communications had relied on a patchwork of local systems supplemented by satellite relays, with significant gaps in coverage across remote regions. The new network, completed in year 84, provided continuous high-bandwidth connectivity across the entire Martian surface and near orbit. The network's architecture reflected Martian environmental realities. Surface relay stations were hardened against dust storms and extreme temperature variations. Redundant satellite constellations in different orbital configurations ensured that no single failure or orbital issue could disrupt planet-wide communications. Most importantly, the system incorporated extensive local caching and autonomous operation capabilities, allowing settlements to maintain internal communications even if connections to the broader network were temporarily lost. This communication infrastructure enabled new forms of social and cultural integration across physically separated settlements. The enhanced version of the link technology, now accessible throughout Mars, facilitated intimate connections despite physical distance. Virtual gathering spaces allowed residents from different settlements to interact as if physically present together. Education, healthcare, and governance increasingly operated through distributed models rather than requiring physical co-location. Year 85 marked a cultural milestone that symbolized Mars' growing self-confidence and distinct identity. The first Martian Olympic Games, hosted in New Valencia's recently completed athletic complex. Unlike Earth's Olympics, which had evolved over centuries from ancient traditions, the Martian Games were consciously designed to showcase human capabilities in the unique Martian environment. The events featured sports impossible on Earth due to its stronger gravity. Vertical court combined elements of basketball and volleyball, with players soaring to heights impossible on Earth to score points by placing balls through hoops at various elevations. Low-G gymnastics involved complex aerial maneuvers executed during extended flight times between apparatus. Martian marathon tested endurance in low gravity, with competitors covering 50 kilometers across the enclosed track system connecting New Valencia's neighborhoods. Most spectacular were the pressure suit competitions, events conducted in specially designed areas where athletes wearing advanced pressure suits competed in challenges that incorporated the Martian exterior environment. These included races across natural terrain, climbing events on the interior walls of Hellas Basin, and precision tasks testing dexterity while fully suited. The games were broadcast to all settlements and transmitted to Earth with only slight delay, becoming Mars' most watched event to date. Earth viewers expressed amazement at the physical capabilities demonstrated by Mars-adapted humans, particularly those born and raised in Martian gravity. For many Earth observers, the games provided the first vivid demonstration of how human physiology was diverging between the planets. For Martians, the Olympics served as a powerful unifying event. Settlements that had developed distinct local cultures and sometimes competing interests came together in friendly competition. The games showcased both the commonality of the Martian experience and the diversity that had developed across different settlements. Perhaps most importantly, they celebrated capabilities unique to Mars rather than attempting to replicate Earth traditions, a confidence in Martian identity that pervaded the event. The final major development of this expansion decade was the completion of the Red Road, a comprehensive transportation infrastructure connecting all major settlements. While various transportation links had existed between neighboring settlements, the Red Road represented the first integrated planet-wide system designed for efficient movement of both people and cargo across the Martian surface. The system combined three complementary components. Pressurized maglev trains running through sealed tunnels provided high-speed connections between major settlements, capable of speeds approaching 400 kilometers per hour in the straight sections. Surface rovers with standardized docking interfaces allowed flexible travel to locations not served by the fixed rail system. Suborbital hop vehicles provided rapid transit between distant points when time sensitivity justified the higher energy expenditure. This transportation network transformed Martian society from a collection of relatively isolated settlements into an integrated planetary community. The ability to travel between any major settlements within hours rather than days enabled new patterns of trade, collaboration, and social connection. Agricultural products from specialized growing facilities could reach distant settlements while still fresh. Medical patients could access specialized treatment centers regardless of their home location. Families spread across different settlements could gather for celebrations or support during crises. Beyond its practical benefits, the Red Road carried powerful symbolic significance. Its name, derived from the color of the Martian surface, reflected the settlement's embrace of its Martian rather than Earth identity. The massive collaborative effort required for its construction, with all settlements contributing resources and expertise, demonstrated the growing capability of Martian society to undertake planet-scale projects without Earth assistance. Perhaps most importantly, its completion created a physical manifestation of Martian unity, a literal connection binding the scattered outposts of human civilization on the Red Planet. As Mars completed its 8th decade of human habitation, the question posed at the beginning of this period had been answered conclusively. The completion of New Valentia, the population surpassing 100,000, the establishment of Polar Haven in one of Mars' most extreme environments, the introduction of the Martian dollar, the Rights Convention, the Olympic Games, and the Red Road, all demonstrated that humans were not merely surviving on Mars, but creating a vibrant, innovative civilization adapted to their new world. The changes were physical, with human biology increasingly modified for Martian conditions. They were technological, with systems designed specifically for Mars rather than adapted from Earth models. They were economic, with resource-based currency reflecting Martian sustainability imperatives. They were legal, with frameworks acknowledging the unique status of Mars-adapted humans. They were cultural, with arts, sports, and social structures emerging from distinctly Martian experiences. Mars had moved beyond the question of survival to the more profound challenge of identity, determining what kind of civilization would emerge from the encounter between human ingenuity and Martian reality. The answer, still evolving as the expansion decade drew to a close, was neither a replica of Earth societies nor an entirely alien culture, but something unique, a human civilization shaped by the Red Planet that had become its home. Part 9, the First Generation. They called themselves Aresians, the first generation who knew Mars not as a frontier to be conquered but as home. To them, Earth was the alien world, a heavy blue mystery visited only through virtual reality and stories from their parents. Year 86 marked a subtle but profound transition in Martian society. The first cohort of humans born on Mars with comprehensive genetic adaptations to Martian conditions reached adulthood. Unlike earlier Mars-born generations who still carried the cultural imprint of Earth through their parents and the settlement's institutions, these young adults had no personal memory of a time when Martian civilization was primarily an outpost of Earth. Their formative experiences occurred entirely within the context of an increasingly self-sufficient and distinctive Martian society. This generation embraced the term Aresian, derived from Ares, the Greek name for Mars, to distinguish themselves from both Earth humans and earlier Mars-born individuals. The term reflected their conscious identification with Mars as their native world rather than an adopted one. In their daily language, down meant toward the center of Mars, not some abstract Earth-oriented concept. When they said outside, they meant beyond habitat walls, not beyond a building. Their fundamental orientation to physical space, time, and environment had developed entirely in response to Martian rather than Earth conditions. The Aresian generation's coming of age coincided with and accelerated the development of distinctively Martian cultural expressions. Their art often featured perspectives impossible on Earth, the characteristic curve of the closer Martian horizon, the dance of the two moons Phobos and Deimos across the night sky, the abstract patterns created by dust storms visible through habitat windows. Their music incorporated rhythms matching the slightly longer Martian day and harmonics influenced by the acoustic properties of pressurized habitats. Aresian cuisine emerged as a distinct tradition, utilizing the unique ingredients available in Mars-controlled agricultural systems. With traditional Earth livestock impractical in the limited habitat space, protein sources centered on insects, lab-grown tissues, and algae-derived products, what might have been considered dietary restrictions on Earth became the foundation for creative culinary traditions on Mars. Chefs developed techniques specifically for the lower boiling points and different cooking chemistry, resulting from reduced atmospheric pressure in some habitat zones. Social structures among Aresians reflected both the opportunities and constraints of their environment. With habitat space at a premium, extended family units often shared living quarters, leading to communal child-rearing practices where children moved freely between the supervision of various adults within a habitat section. Privacy was conceptualized differently, with greater emphasis on temporal rather than spatial boundaries, scheduled times for solitude rather than permanently private spaces. The Aresian generation's relationship with Earth was complex. While they acknowledged their genetic and cultural heritage, they viewed Earth with a mixture of curiosity, skepticism, and occasionally pity. Through educational programs and the link technology, they had studied Earth extensively as an academic subject, but their emotional connection to the homeworld was abstract rather than visceral. They learned about oceans, forests, and atmospheric flight the way Earth children might learn about dinosaurs, fascinating concepts that had no direct relevance to their lived experience. Year 88 saw the emergence of the Earth tourism industry, specialized programs enabling wealthy Martians to visit their ancestral planet. These tours required extensive preparation, including months of physical therapy in centrifuge facilities to help Martian bodies adjust to Earth gravity. Even with these precautions, visitors were limited to brief stays in specialized facilities, often wearing supportive exoskeletons when moving in Earth's heavy gravity. Despite these limitations, Earth tourism became highly prestigious among certain segments of Martian society. Those who had experienced Earth firsthand gained social capital from their direct knowledge of the homeworld. They returned with stories of rain falling from the sky, winds that carried scents rather than just dust, and the disorienting experience of horizons that seemed to stretch forever compared to Mars' tighter curvature. For Aresians, however, these tours held limited appeal. Their bodies, genetically optimized for Mars, faced greater challenges in adapting to Earth conditions. More fundamentally, many expressed little interest in visiting a world they considered alien and often described as oppressively heavy, wet, and chaotic. "Why would I spend a fortune to be uncomfortable somewhere I don't belong?" became a common Aresian response to the concept of Earth tourism. This period also saw major advances in Mars transformation efforts. Year 90 marked the completion of the first atmospheric processing complex in Sedalia Planitia. This massive facility extracted carbon dioxide from Mars' polar caps through controlled heating, then processed it to increase atmospheric pressure in targeted regions. Similar facilities followed in strategic locations across the planetary surface, working in concert with the orbital mirror network established decades earlier. These processors represented a significant scaling up of terraforming efforts, moving from experimental to industrial scale. Their operation was carefully regulated under the Preservation Transformation Zone system established during the Schism period, with processors located exclusively in designated transformation zones and their effects monitored at zone boundaries to prevent unauthorized spread of atmospheric changes. This infrastructure development accompanied the planet's continuing population growth. By year 95, census figures recorded approximately 250,000 humans living on Mars, distributed across 30 settlements ranging from major cities like New Valencia and Cavern City to specialized research outposts and industrial centers. This population now included a substantial majority of Mars-born individuals, with Earth immigrants comprising less than 30% of the total. The growing population of Mars-adapted humans necessitated continued evolution of educational systems. Year 92 saw the implementation of the integrated Aresian curriculum, an educational framework designed specifically for children growing up on Mars. Unlike earlier approaches that had modified Earth educational models, this curriculum started from Mars-centric perspectives. History courses began with Mars' geological development and the story of human settlement, introducing Earth history as a secondary subject relevant to understanding Martian origins. Science education centered on the physics of low gravity, the chemistry of Martian resources, and the biology of closed ecological systems, with Earth normal conditions presented as special cases rather than defaults. Literature studies featured works by Martian authors alongside carefully selected Earth classics that remained relevant to Martian experiences. Most distinctive was the curriculum's approach to environmental education, where Earth education typically focused on protecting natural systems from human impact. Martian education emphasized active stewardship and deliberate environmental engineering. Students learned to see themselves as integral parts of their habitat ecosystems, responsible for maintaining the balanced cycles that kept these artificial environments functioning. This perspective extended to larger questions of planetary management, with advanced students studying the complex ethical and technical considerations involved in Mars' ongoing transformation. Year 94 brought a milestone in these transformation efforts: the first genetically engineered plants capable of surviving on the Martian surface with minimal protection. These plants, colloquially called redweed for their distinctively colored foliage, combined genetic material from Earth extremophiles with novel engineered genes specifically designed for Martian conditions. Redweed could photosynthesize using the limited sunlight reaching Mars' surface, extract water from the thin atmosphere and subsurface ice, and tolerate the high radiation environment. Most importantly, it could survive the extreme temperature variations between Martian day and night through a form of dormancy that activated during the coldest hours. Initially deployed in small test plots within transformation zones, redweed demonstrated better than expected growth and reproduction rates. Within 2 years, patches visible from orbit had established themselves in sheltered valleys where atmospheric processors had increased pressure and temperature to sustainable levels. While these plants represented just the first stage of a potential surface ecosystem, their success provided tangible evidence that the Martian environment could be gradually modified to support life beyond enclosed habitats. This visible progress in surface transformation fueled the emergence of a movement calling themselves Neo-Martians, advocates for accelerated biological adaptation of humans to Martian conditions. Going beyond the genetic modifications already common among Mars-born individuals, Neo-Martians proposed radical redesign of human biology to enable direct interaction with the Martian environment without technological mediation. Their vision included respiratory systems capable of extracting sufficient oxygen from the thin Martian atmosphere, skin that could resist radiation and extreme temperature variations, and sensory adaptations optimized for Martian light levels and atmospheric conditions. While many of these modifications remained theoretical given the state of genetic engineering technology, the Neo-Martian movement gained traction particularly among younger Aresians who viewed environmental suits and enclosed habitats as unnecessary barriers between themselves and their homeworld. The movement raised profound questions about human identity and the limits of acceptable biological modification. Conservative factions, both on Mars and Earth, argued that such extreme adaptations would create post-humans no longer fully compatible with Earth humanity. Neo-Martians countered that humanity had always adapted to its environment, and that tailoring human biology to Mars represented an evolution of the species rather than a departure from it. This philosophical debate played out against the backdrop of increasing political autonomy. Year 97 saw the signing of the Olympus Accord, a formal declaration of Martian independence negotiated with Earth authorities. Unlike earlier arrangements that had granted practical autonomy while maintaining theoretical Earth oversight, the Accord explicitly recognized Mars as a sovereign entity with full self-governance rights. The Accord's provisions went beyond political recognition to establish frameworks for ongoing interplanetary relations. It formalized Mars' rights to its resources while acknowledging certain Earth corporations' legacy claims under specified conditions. It established protocols for scientific and cultural exchange that respected the increasing divergence between planetary societies. Perhaps most significantly, it included mutual defense provisions, with both planets committing to share information about potential threats to either world. These defense provisions gained unexpected relevance in year 98 with what became known as the signal crisis. Deep space monitoring stations detected anomalous transmissions originating from beyond the orbit of Jupiter, structured signals that appeared artificial in origin, but matched no known human communications protocol. The discovery triggered alarm on both planets, with immediate speculation about potential extraterrestrial intelligence. Subsequent analysis determined that the signals likely originated from a malfunctioning probe launched decades earlier that had continued operating beyond its expected lifespan. However, the incident highlighted both planets' vulnerability to external threats and catalyzed a debate about developing defensive capabilities beyond Earth's existing near-orbit systems. This debate took distinctive forms on Mars, where the legacy of Earth military conflicts created skepticism about traditional defense models. The Mars Parliament established a commission on planetary security to evaluate potential approaches aligned with Martian values and capabilities. Their recommendations, published in year 100, outlined a multi-layered strategy emphasizing early detection systems, distributed infrastructure to prevent single-point vulnerabilities, and limited defensive systems focused on asteroid deflection and protection against external biological contamination. Notably absent from these recommendations was any provision for offensive military capability. The Commission explicitly rejected the development of weapons systems, stating that Mars' security rests not on capacity for violence, but on resilience, self-sufficiency, and maintenance of productive relations with Earth and any other entities we may encounter. This approach reflected a distinctly Martian perspective that viewed traditional military thinking as an Earth paradigm poorly suited to Mars' circumstances and values. As Mars completed its first century of human habitation, the Aresian generation that had come of age during these years increasingly assumed leadership positions across settlements. Their native understanding of Mars, unfiltered by Earth expectations, brought fresh perspectives to the continuing challenges of building a viable civilization on their red planet. Their decisions, shaped by Martian rather than Earth experiences, would guide the next phase of human presence on Mars, not as visitors maintaining an outpost, but as natives developing their homeworld. A speech delivered at the Centennial Celebration captured this perspective. 100 years ago, humans arrived on Mars asking if we could survive here. Today, we Aresians look at our world not as a hostile environment to be endured, but as the home that shaped us. The question for our next century is not whether Mars will accept human presence, but how we who are of Mars will guide its future and our own. Part 10, A Planet Reshaped. In the history of our species, no generation witnessed such dramatic transformation of their world as Martians born around year 80. They grew up under red skies and ended their lives watching wispy clouds form over greenery spreading across the Tharsis Plains. The beginning of Mars' second century of human habitation marked a turning point in the planet's transformation. The atmospheric processors established in previous decades had been working steadily, releasing carbon dioxide from the polar caps and increasing atmospheric density in designated transformation zones. The genetically engineered redweed had spread beyond initial test plots, establishing self-sustaining colonies in sheltered valleys. These changes, while significant scientifically, had remained largely invisible to casual observation, technical measurements rather than tangible experiences. Year 102 brought the first visually dramatic evidence of transformation. A valley in Tharsis, specially prepared with soil amendments and atmospheric enhancement, bloomed with the first substantial open-air vegetation visible to the unaided eye. This wasn't just redweed, but a more complex plant community including modified grasses, lichen variants, and specially designed flowering plants that could complete their life cycle in Mars' challenging environment. Colonists called this area First Garden, and it quickly became a pilgrimage site for Martians from across the settlements. Standing at observation platforms along the valley's edge, visitors could witness something unprecedented in human history: Earth-derived life taking hold on another planet's surface. The contrast between the rusty red of the surrounding landscape and the muted greens and purples of the vegetation created a visual boundary between Mars, as it had been for billions of years, and what it might become through human intervention. This visible success accelerated terraforming efforts in other transformation zones. By year 105, dozens of similar valleys had been prepared and planted, each serving as a testing ground for different plant communities optimized for specific Martian conditions. These vegetated areas created microenvironments where temperature, humidity, and atmospheric composition began to differ measurably from surrounding regions, demonstrating the potential for biological systems to enhance and maintain environmental changes. Year 107 marked another milestone: the development of the first surface liquid water stable enough to be called lakes. Engineers had identified several crater basins in regions where atmospheric pressure had been increased to near the triple point of water, the conditions where liquid water can exist rather than immediately boiling or freezing. Utilizing meltwater from subsurface ice deposits and careful temperature management through orbital mirrors, they created contained bodies of liquid water ranging from pond-sized to small lakes. These first Martian lakes were not like Earth lakes. They required continued technical management through subsurface heating elements and surface covers that reduced evaporation while allowing sufficient sunlight for aquatic organisms. The water contained specialized chemicals that lowered its freezing point and reduced evaporation rates. But despite these differences, they represented a fundamental change in the Martian landscape, the return of surface liquid water to a planet that had been without it for billions of years. The lakes became home to engineered aquatic ecosystems, beginning with microbial communities and simple algae, then gradually incorporating more complex organisms as systems stabilized. By year 112, these waters supported modified water plants, specialized crustaceans, and even adapted fish species in the larger and more established lakes. Researchers monitored these ecosystems meticulously, studying how aquatic life adapted to Martian conditions and contributed to further environmental modification through oxygen production and biomass accumulation. The combined effects of vegetation spread and liquid water formation contributed to steady atmospheric changes. By year 115, atmospheric pressure in transformation zones had reached approximately 10% of Earth's, still requiring pressure suits for human survival, but sufficient to support increasingly complex plant life and prevent water from immediately boiling away. The atmospheric composition remained predominantly carbon dioxide, but oxygen levels had begun to increase measurably in heavily vegetated areas, produced through photosynthesis by the spreading plant communities. These environmental transformations accompanied dramatic growth in the human population of Mars. Immigration from Earth continued at a regulated pace, while birth rates among Mars-adapted humans increased as prosperity and habitat space expanded. By year 110, census figures recorded over 500,000 people living across Mars settlements, with projections suggesting continued growth to potentially reach 1 million by the 130th year. This expanding population drove development of new settlements and enlargement of existing ones. The network of surface habitation now included 47 distinct settlements ranging from major urban centers with populations exceeding 50,000 to specialized outposts focused on research, resource extraction, or agricultural production. Approximately 80% of the population now consisted of Mars-born individuals, with the majority having received at least some genetic modifications for Martian adaptation. Year 108 brought a major technological breakthrough that would significantly impact habitat design and human mobility on the Martian surface. Advanced radiation shielding technology based on electromagnetic fields rather than physical barriers. Previous radiation protection had relied primarily on thick layers of regolith or specialized materials to block harmful particles, limiting habitat design and requiring heavy, cumbersome components in environmental suits. The new technology generated controlled electromagnetic fields that deflected charged particle radiation while allowing light to pass through unimpeded. When incorporated into habitat domes, it enabled construction of larger, thinner, transparent structures that provided Earth-like radiation protection with a fraction of the material requirements. Applied to environmental suits, It reduced weight and bulk significantly while improving protection, allowing for more comfortable and maneuverable designs. This technology's implementation led to a boom in surface construction. New habitat domes spanning up to 3 kilometers in diameter rose above the Martian landscape, large enough to contain entire communities with distinct neighborhoods, agricultural zones, and recreational areas. Environmental suits became lighter and less restrictive, enabling longer surface excursions and more delicate work outside pressurized environments. Year 113 saw the beginning of construction on the most ambitious infrastructure project since the Red Road, the Phobos Elevator. This massive structure would connect Mars' larger moon to the planetary surface through a tether system, dramatically reducing the energy required to transport materials between surface and orbit. The project represented the culmination of advances in materials science, orbital mechanics, and construction techniques developed over decades of Martian habitation. The elevator's anchor point on Phobos took advantage of the moon's position in synchronous orbit around Mars, maintaining a consistent position relative to the surface below. From this anchor, a carbon nanotube composite tether extended downward toward Mars, with a counterweight extending in the opposite direction to maintain balance. Climber vehicles traveling along the tether could transport cargo and eventually passengers between Phobos Station and the surface using only electricity, eliminating the need for rocket fuel for routine orbit access. Construction proceeded in phases, with the initial tether deployment completed in year 116 and operational capability achieved for cargo transport by year 118. The system dramatically reduced costs for moving materials between Mars and orbit, enabling expansion of Mars space-based activities. Phobos Station, already an important manufacturing and assembly facility, grew into a major industrial center specializing in products that benefited from low gravity or vacuum conditions. This improved orbital access facilitated development of asteroid mining operations managed by Martian corporations. While Earth had been conducting limited asteroid resource extraction for decades, Mars offered advantages for this industry. Lower gravity reduced launch costs, proximity to the asteroid belt shortened transit times, and the Martian economic system's emphasis on resource efficiency created strong incentives for developing off-planet materials. By year 119, a dozen Martian corporate ventures were actively mining near-Mars asteroids, focusing primarily on rare metals, water ice, and carbonaceous materials useful for manufacturing and habitat expansion. These operations established Mars as not merely a destination for resources from Earth, but a source of materials for both planets, further strengthening its economic independence. The expansion of human presence across Mars' surface accelerated the emergence of distinct regional identities and dialects. Settlements established in different eras, with different founding populations and environmental conditions, had always maintained some cultural distinctiveness. As population grew and communication between regions became routine rather than exceptional, these differences solidified into recognized regional cultures. The northern settlements, centered around the original landing sites, maintained the strongest connections to Earth traditions while adapting them to Martian conditions. The Hellas Basin communities, including New Valentia, developed a reputation for artistic innovation and social experimentation. The equatorial settlements specialized in agricultural production, developing cultural practices that integrated growing cycles into community rituals. The polar settlements, isolated by distance and environment, created particularly tight-knit communities with distinctive linguistic patterns and social structures. These regional variations manifested in dialect differences that built upon the already established Martian English. Northern settlements maintained pronunciation and vocabulary closest to Earth standard, while Hellas Basin communities incorporated elements from the multiple Earth languages represented in their founding population. Polar settlements developed the most divergent dialect, with distinctive rhythmic patterns possibly influenced by the extreme seasonal variations they experienced. Year 117 saw formal recognition of these growing regional differences through the Great Compromise, a constitutional revision that balanced terraforming progress with preservation of distinctive Martian features. The compromise established a more nuanced approach than the earlier binary division between preservation and transformation zones, creating a spectrum of designated regions with varying levels of permitted environmental modification. Heritage regions, including Olympus Mons and certain areas of scientific or aesthetic significance, would remain essentially untouched, with human presence limited to observation and non-invasive research. Adaptation zones permitted carefully managed environmental changes to support human habitation while maintaining recognizable Martian characteristics. Transformation regions, primarily in areas already significantly modified, could proceed with more aggressive terraforming to create Earth-like conditions. This framework acknowledged that the question was no longer whether Mars would change under human influence, but rather how that change would be directed and balanced across different regions. It represented a maturing of Martian environmental philosophy, moving beyond the earlier preservation versus transformation debate to a more nuanced approach that recognized both the value of Mars' native characteristics and the necessity of adaptation for human flourishing. Year 114 marked another biological milestone: the successful introduction of the first surface-adapted animals beyond the controlled lake environments. These organisms began with engineered insects designed to pollinate surface vegetation and contribute to soil development through decomposition of plant matter. Modified beetles with reinforced exoskeletons to retain internal moisture, bees with enhanced navigation systems to function in Mars' weak magnetic field, and specialized worms that could process Martian soil into more fertile material formed the vanguard of this animal introduction. By year 119, the first surface-adapted small mammals had been successfully deployed in the most developed transformation regions. Based primarily on rodent stock, these animals had been extensively modified for Martian conditions. Respiratory systems that could extract oxygen efficiently from the thin atmosphere, enhanced fur and dermal layers for radiation protection, specialized digestive systems capable of processing Mars-grown vegetation, and metabolic adjustments for the lower gravity environment. These animals served both practical and symbolic purposes. Practically, they contributed to ecosystem development by distributing seeds, aerating soil, and participating in nutrient cycling. Symbolically, they represented a significant advance in the biological transformation of Mars, the first time in billions of years that mammals had existed on the planet's surface, even if they required significant modification to do so. Perhaps the most controversial biological development of this period was the Respiration Project, a research initiative focused on developing genetic modifications that would allow humans to breathe the thin Martian atmosphere for limited periods without supplemental oxygen. Building on the specialized respiratory systems already incorporated into some Mars-born individuals, the project aimed to create more extensive modifications that would enable direct interaction with the Martian environment. Initial results, published in year 120, demonstrated that modified human lung tissue could extract sufficient oxygen from atmospheric concentrations as low as 3%, compared to Earth's 21%, when combined with specialized hemoglobin variants that bound oxygen more efficiently. These modifications, when implemented in living subjects, allowed breathable survival in atmospheric pressures as low as 15% of Earth normal for periods up to 30 minutes. These capabilities fell far short of allowing unprotected surface existence. The respiratory modifications addressed only oxygen extraction, not the protection from cold, radiation, or low pressure needed for sustained survival. However, they represented a proof of concept that human biology could potentially adapt to at least limited direct exposure to Martian conditions. Public reaction to these developments varied widely. Neo-Martian advocates celebrated the research as a step toward their vision of humans fully adapted to Mars. Conservation-minded groups expressed concern about the ethical implications of such extreme modifications. Medical authorities noted the significant risks and limitations of the approach compared to technological solutions like improved environmental suits. The Respiration Project highlighted fundamental questions about humanity's long-term relationship with Mars. Would the future involve changing Mars to suit humans, changing humans to suit Mars, or some balance between these approaches? The question remained unresolved as Mars completed its 120th year of human habitation, but the visible transformation of both the planet and its human inhabitants suggested that some degree of mutual adaptation was inevitable. As this period drew to a close, Mars had been visibly reshaped by human presence. Vegetated valleys spread across transformation regions, lakes gleamed in crater basins, wispy clouds occasionally formed above areas of higher humidity, and the atmosphere in some regions had thickened enough to create noticeably different sky coloration. Humans had similarly been reshaped, with Mars-adapted biology becoming the norm rather than the exception among the population, and Martian cultures, languages, and identities increasingly distinct from their Earth origins. The generation that had witnessed these changes, those born around year 80, had experienced a planetary transformation unprecedented in human history. They had grown up on a Mars recognizable to the first explorers who had left that initial handprint in the dust. They would grow old on a planet increasingly reshaped by human presence and purpose, neither fully Earth-like nor purely Martian, but a unique hybrid reflecting the mutual adaptation of a planet and the humans who had made it their home. Part 11, the Solar Council. When representatives from Earth, Mars, and the Moon colonies gathered in the orbital station Unity, in year 121, they formalized what everyone already knew. Humanity had become a multi-planet species with multi-planet problems requiring multi-planet solutions. The Unity Station, positioned at Earth-Moon Lagrange Point 1, represented neutral territory, neither Earth nor Martian space, but a shared domain of humanity. The station's name was carefully chosen to emphasize cooperation over competition, a symbolic counterpoint to the centuries of nation-state rivalries that had characterized Earth's history. Its modular construction incorporated architectural elements from all participating worlds: Earth's biophilic design principles, Martian efficiency in resource usage, and lunar expertise in radiation shielding. The gathering marked the first time representatives from all three inhabited worlds had met in person, rather than through virtual communication. The physical challenges of bringing these populations together underscored the biological divergence already underway. Martian delegates required supportive exoskeletons to function in Earth-normal gravity, while Earth representatives needed time to adjust to the station's compromised gravity level of 0.7. After weeks of deliberation, the gathering produced the Solar Charter, a framework establishing the Solar Council as humanity's first multi-world governing body. Unlike Earth's United Nations or Mars Parliament, the Council claimed no sovereignty over planetary territories. Instead, it focused on managing shared domains like interplanetary space, coordinating responses to threats affecting multiple worlds, and establishing protocols for expansion beyond currently inhabited regions. The Charter explicitly recognized the biological and cultural divergence between planetary populations as both inevitable and valuable. Rather than seeking to maintain human uniformity across worlds, it established principles for managing difference while maintaining communication and cooperation. This approach acknowledged that humans adapting to different planetary environments would necessarily develop different physiologies, technologies, and social structures while remaining part of a broader human civilization. Mars approached this new era of formalized interplanetary relations with a population nearing 1 million. The census, completed in year 123, recorded approximately 950,000 humans living in 63 permanent settlements across the Martian surface, with projections suggesting the million mark would be crossed within 2 years. This population was predominantly Mars-born, with Earth immigrants comprising less than 15% of the total. The Martian settlements had evolved from the isolated outposts of earlier decades into an integrated planetary society connected by the Red Road transportation network, the global communication system, and shared economic and governance structures. Regional variations remained, with distinct cultural characteristics and dialects developing in different areas, but a common Martian identity transcended these differences, particularly in relations with Earth and lunar populations. Interplanetary trade networks expanded significantly during this period, facilitated by both technological advances and the institutional frameworks established by the Solar Council. The completed Phobos elevator dramatically reduced the cost of moving materials between Mars and orbit, while similar infrastructure at Earth's equator and on the lunar surface created efficient transport nodes throughout the inner solar system. Trade patterns reflected the distinct capabilities and needs of each world. Mars exported rare minerals from its asteroid mining operations, specialized biological products developed for its unique environment, and intellectual property related to closed system ecology and adaptive engineering. Earth provided advanced manufactured goods, cultural products, and biological diversity through seeds and genetic materials from its still vast ecosystems. The lunar colonies, specialized in vacuum manufacturing and helium-3 extraction, contributed high-precision components and fusion fuel to the interplanetary economy. This economic integration fostered technological exchange that benefited all worlds. Year 125 saw the establishment of the Interplanetary Technology Exchange Program, which facilitated movement of researchers and engineers between planets. This program addressed the growing knowledge divergence that had developed as each world focused on technologies relevant to its specific challenges. Mars shared advances in radiation-resistant biology, closed-loop resource systems, and low-gravity construction techniques. Earth contributed developments in artificial intelligence, advanced materials, and biotechnology from its larger research base and greater biological diversity. The lunar colonies provided expertise in vacuum metallurgy, radiation shielding, and reduced gravity manufacturing processes. This technological cross-pollination led to what social scientists termed the synthesis, a merging of Earth and Martian approaches after generations of separate development. In fields from architecture to medicine to governance, hybrid models emerged incorporating elements from multiple worlds. Earth institutions adopted Martian resource tracking approaches to address continuing environmental challenges. Martian systems incorporated Earth's more sophisticated biodiversity management to enhance their developing ecosystems. Perhaps the most visible manifestation of Mars' continuing transformation was the establishment, in year 127, of Tharsis Open, the first Martian settlement designed for minimal protective structures. Located in one of the most advanced transformation regions, where atmospheric pressure had reached approximately 12% of Earth normal and oxygen levels, were sustained above 5% through extensive vegetation. The settlement represented a fundamentally different approach to Martian habitation. Unlike conventional settlements with their pressurized domes and underground complexes, Tharsis Open consisted primarily of buildings with reinforced but relatively thin walls and transparent roofs. Residents still required breathing assistance and cold weather protection when moving between buildings, but the lightweight respiratory equipment bore little resemblance to the cumbersome pressure suits of earlier eras. The settlement's open spaces featured extensive Martian-adapted vegetation, creating a landscape that blended engineered Earth life with the red Martian soil. Tharsis Open represented the closest approximation yet to the vision of a shirt-sleeve environment on Mars, not quite achieved, but approaching a level of habitability that would have seemed impossible to the first colonists. The settlement attracted both scientific researchers studying the transformation process and idealistic pioneers seeking a more direct connection with the Martian environment. Its population reached 15,000 by year 135, making it a significant center despite its experimental nature. The ongoing success of transformation efforts in regions like Tharsis sparked renewed debate about potential expansion to other solar system bodies. Year 130 saw the formation of the Outer Planets Initiative, a consortium of scientists, engineers, and visionaries advocating for human settlement beyond Mars. Their proposals focused particularly on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, arguing that the experiences gained on Mars provided a foundation for adapting to these even more challenging environments. This initiative divided Martian society along complex lines that transcended traditional political factions. Expansionists argued that continued spread through the solar system represented humanity's natural trajectory and a hedge against planetary-scale disasters. Consolidationists countered that Mars itself remained far from fully settled or transformed, and that resources would be better directed toward completing the work already begun before reaching further. The debate went beyond practical considerations to touch fundamental questions about human identity and purpose. Was humanity's destiny to adapt to and inhabit as many worlds as possible, potentially diverging into distinct planetary subspecies? Or should the focus be on creating depth rather than breadth of civilization, developing rich and sustainable societies on the worlds already reached? Different answers to these questions informed differing visions of Mars' role in humanity's future. As one step in continuing expansion, or as a site for developing a mature alternative to Earth civilization. The biological aspects of Mars adaptation continued advancing during this period. Year 132 brought the identification of Martian identifiers, genetic markers that had emerged naturally in multi-generation Martian populations. These were not the deliberate modifications made for specific adaptive purposes, but spontaneous changes that had arisen and been selected for over generations in the Martian environment. The identifiers included subtle variations in genes governing bone density, muscle fiber composition, respiratory efficiency, and radiation resistance. Statistical analysis indicated that these markers had become significantly more common in the Martian population with each generation, suggesting natural selection was already operating to favor traits beneficial in Martian conditions. This discovery highlighted that humans on Mars were not merely being deliberately modified through technology, but were beginning to evolve naturally in response to their environment, following the same biological processes that had shaped Earth species for billions of years. For many Martians, particularly those with multi-generational roots on the planet, this represented a profound affirmation of their identity as not just residents, but natives of Mars. The advancing transformation of Mars' surface led inevitably to conflicts over historically significant sites. Year 133 saw the beginning of what historians termed the Reclamation Wars, not military conflicts, but intense legal and political disputes over the fate of locations important in Mars' early settlement history as terraforming advanced into these areas. The original landing site at Arcadia Planitia became the focal point of the most contentious dispute. The area had been designated as a historical preserve, with the first habitat modules and equipment maintained in their original condition. However, atmospheric changes from nearby transformation regions had begun affecting the site, with higher humidity accelerating degradation of structures designed for Mars' originally arid environment. Preservationists advocated for construction of a sealed environment around the site to maintain original conditions, effectively creating a museum of early Mars as it had been experienced by the first colonists. Others argued that allowing the site to gradually transform along with surrounding regions provided a more authentic representation of Mars' ongoing story, not preserving one moment in time, but demonstrating the continuity of human influence from the first landing to the present. The compromise solution, implemented in year 134, was the creation of heritage domes, specialized enclosures that preserved original Martian conditions within while allowing the broader landscape to continue its transformation. The heritage dome at Arcadia Planitia maintained the exact atmospheric composition, temperature range, and dust conditions of Mars at the time of first landing, allowing visitors to experience the environment as the original colonists had while learning about the subsequent changes to the surrounding region. Similar heritage domes were established at other significant sites across Mars, creating a network of living museums that documented the planet's transition from its natural state to a partially terraformed world. These installations served both educational and cultural purposes, ensuring that future generations of Martians would understand their world's history even as its present reality continued to change. Year 135 brought a significant medical breakthrough with the development of longevity treatments specifically designed for Martian conditions. While Earth had made substantial advances in extending human lifespan through genetic therapies, these treatments had proven less effective for Mars-adapted individuals due to differences in their physiology and environmental exposures. The Mars-specific treatments targeted cellular processes particularly affected by the Martian environment, enhanced DNA repair mechanisms to counter radiation damage, optimized mitochondrial function for the lower oxygen environment, and specialized telomere maintenance protocols accounting for the different cellular stress patterns experienced in lower gravity. Initial clinical trials demonstrated an average 15 to 20% extension of healthy lifespan for Mars-adapted humans, with greater benefits observed in individuals with more extensive genetic adaptations to Martian conditions. The treatments were particularly effective for the growing population of elderly original settlers, many of whom had experienced health challenges as their Earth-evolved bodies aged in the Martian environment. Beyond its immediate medical benefits, this breakthrough carried profound social implications. It suggested that Mars-adapted humans might ultimately achieve longer lifespans than their Earth counterparts, despite, or perhaps because of, the physiological changes they had undergone to thrive in their adopted world. This possibility reinforced the growing sense that Martian humanity was not merely surviving in a hostile environment, but potentially thriving in ways impossible on Earth. As Mars approached the end of its 135th year of human habitation, the vision of a fully transformed planet remained distant, but increasingly tangible. The atmospheric pressure in transformation regions had reached approximately 15% of Earth normal, still requiring respiratory assistance, but approaching levels where specially adapted plants and animals could survive with minimal protection. Vegetated areas had expanded to cover nearly 5% of the surface, with the first forests of modified trees beginning to establish themselves in the most favorable locations. The human population continued its steady growth, crossing the 1 million mark in year 125 and approaching 1.3 million by year 135. This population was increasingly diverse in its relationship to Earth, from recent immigrants to individuals whose families had lived on Mars for 5 generations, from conservatives maintaining Earth traditions to radical neo-Martians embracing complete adaptation to their world. Yet despite this diversity, a common Martian identity had solidified, distinct from but connected to Earth humanity. This identity was reflected in the Martian delegates to the Solar Council, who represented not a collection of settlements or an outpost of Earth civilization, but a planetary society with its own interests, values, and vision for the future. The Solar Council provided a framework for managing the increasingly complex relationship between Earth and Mars, neither fully independent nor dependent, but interdependent partners in humanity's expansion beyond its original planetary home. Through this institution and the networks of trade, communication, and exchange it facilitated, humanity was beginning to function as a multi-planet civilization, adapting to the challenges and opportunities of a solar system, where distance no longer meant isolation and difference no longer meant division. A message transmitted from Tharsis opened to Earth on the 135th anniversary of the first Mars landing captured this evolving perspective. From Mars, we see Earth not as the world we left, but as the first world humanity called home. From Earth, you see Mars not as the frontier you once knew, but as humanity's second home. Together, we look outward to the possibilities beyond both our worlds, not as Earth humans or Mars humans, but as the solar civilization we are becoming. Part 12, 2 Worlds, 1 Species. On the 150th anniversary of the first landing, a child born on Mars stepped onto Earth without a protective suit for the first time. Modified for both worlds, she represented not just the future of Mars, but the future of humanity, adaptable, resilient, and unbound by the circumstances of birth. This historic moment, broadcast simultaneously to billions of viewers on both planets, marked the culmination of decades of research in human adaptation. The child, a 10-year-old whose genetic code had been carefully modified before birth, carried adaptations that allowed her cardiovascular and respiratory systems to function efficiently in both Mars' thin atmosphere and Earth's denser one. Her musculoskeletal structure could support her body against Earth's stronger gravity, while maintaining grace and efficiency in the Martian environment where she had been raised. These adaptations represented the most sophisticated application, yet of the genetic modification techniques that had evolved alongside the Martian settlement. Unlike earlier approaches that had optimized humans specifically for Mars conditions, often at the expense of Earth compatibility, this dual adaptation model sought to maintain functionality across planetary environments. The modifications were more subtle and complex, creating dynamic biological systems that could adjust to dramatic environmental changes rather than static adaptations to a single set of conditions. For many observers, this achievement carried profound symbolic significance. It suggested the possibility of maintaining human unity despite planetary divergence, of humans remaining a single species even as they adapted to multiple worlds. It offered hope that the growing biological differences between Earth and Mars populations might be bridged rather than amplified, preventing the eventual speciation that some xenobiologists had predicted as inevitable. The years leading to this milestone had seen accelerating transformation of both Mars' environment and its human population. By year 140, Mars' population had exceeded 2 million, distributed across 87 permanent settlements ranging from major cities to specialized research outposts and agricultural centers. This population growth reflected both continuing controlled immigration from Earth and healthy birth rates among Mars-adapted humans, whose genetic modifications had largely eliminated the reproductive challenges faced by earlier generations in the low-gravity environment. This expanding population inhabited a Mars increasingly transformed by human presence. In designated transformation regions covering approximately 30% of the planet's surface, atmospheric pressure had reached nearly 20% of Earth normal by year 145. Oxygen concentrations in these regions, while still far below Earth levels, had increased to the point where specially adapted humans could breathe the air for short periods with only minimal supplemental oxygen rather than complete pressure suits. This level of atmospheric transformation enabled a fundamental shift in human interaction with the Martian environment. Light adaptation gear replaced the bulky pressure suits required by earlier generations. These garments resembled insulated clothing more than traditional space suits, providing thermal regulation and carrying compact breathing apparatus that supplemented rather than completely supplied respiratory needs. Helmets became smaller, often taking the form of transparent bubbles that allowed natural peripheral vision or even simple breathing masks for short exposures. The reduced equipment requirements enabled Martians to experience their world more directly. Scientists could kneel to examine geological features without the constraint of rigid suit components. Agriculturalists could feel the texture of soil through thin gloves rather than mechanical manipulators. Children born on Mars could run across open terrain, their movements only slightly hindered by protective gear, developing a physical relationship with the landscape impossible for earlier generations. Year 138 saw the formal establishment of the Earth-Mars Accord, a comprehensive agreement defining the relationship between the two planets. Unlike earlier arrangements that had focused primarily on political recognition and resource rights, the accord addressed the full spectrum of interplanetary relations: trade, migration, communication, environmental responsibilities, and cultural exchange. The accord explicitly acknowledged the dual heritage of Mars, both its billions of years as a natural planetary system and its century and a half as a human habitat. It formalized the division of the Martian surface into transformation, adaptation, and preservation regions, establishing governance mechanisms for managing these different approaches to planetary development. Perhaps most significantly, it created pathways for migration in both directions, with protocols for adapting humans to each planetary environment. This balanced approach reflected Mars' political evolution. Year 142 marked the election of the first Martian planetary president under a revised constitutional system that maintained regional autonomy while strengthening planet-wide governance. The position, selected through direct vote of all Martian citizens, represented Mars in interplanetary relations and coordinated policy across the increasingly diverse settlements. The first president, a fifth-generation Martian with background in both environmental engineering and diplomatic service, embodied the confident, forward-looking identity that characterized Mars at this stage of its development. Their inaugural address emphasized Mars' transition from survival to flourishing, from adaptation to creation, from settlement to civilization. The speech acknowledged Mars' continuing connection to Earth while asserting its distinct trajectory. "We honor the world that gave humanity birth, while embracing the world where humanity has been reborn." This maturing relationship between planets enabled unprecedented collaboration in space exploration. Year 144 saw the launch of the first joint Mars-Earth mission to the outer planets, a crewed expedition to Jupiter's moons utilizing technologies and expertise developed in both planetary systems. The mission vessel, assembled in Mars orbit using components manufactured on both planets, carried a mixed crew of Earth and Mars specialists equipped with adaptive technologies that allowed them to function in the varied gravitational environments they would encounter. This mission demonstrated the complementary capabilities that had developed on the two worlds. Earth contributed advanced propulsion systems, artificial intelligence, and medical technologies. Mars provided expertise in closed ecosystem management, radiation protection, and psychological support for long-duration missions in isolated environments. Together, they achieved what neither planet could have accomplished alone: a crewed mission beyond the asteroid belt, opening the outer solar system to potential human expansion. Year 147 brought an unexpected reversal of the historical relationship between planets with the Great Return, a Martian expedition to help restore damaged Earth ecosystems. Earth's environmental challenges, which had driven much of the migration to Mars in earlier decades, had continued despite technological advances and policy reforms. Certain regions had experienced ecological collapse beyond local capacity to repair, particularly in areas where climate change had outpaced adaptation efforts. The Martian expedition brought specialists in closed ecosystem management, terraforming techniques adapted for Earth conditions, and genetically modified organisms designed to stabilize damaged soil systems. Their expertise, developed in the harsh context of making Mars habitable, proved surprisingly applicable to reconstructing Earth environments pushed beyond their natural resilience. This collaboration carried powerful symbolism. Mars, once dependent on Earth for survival, now returning expertise and assistance to the homeworld. For many Earth residents, it prompted reevaluation of their perspective on Martian civilization, from viewing it as a distant outpost to recognizing it as an equal partner with unique contributions to make toward human flourishing across the solar system. As Mars approached the 150th anniversary of human arrival, a comprehensive assessment of the settlement's legacy took shape through academic conferences, public exhibitions, and media retrospectives on both planets. This assessment acknowledged the tremendous costs of the Mars endeavor, in resources diverted from Earth needs, in lives lost during the challenging early decades, in environmental modification of a planetary system that had followed its own course for billions of years. Yet it also recognized the unprecedented achievements, the establishment of a self-sustaining human population on another planet, the development of technologies and social systems that enabled survival in an environment lethal to unmodified humans, the creation of a distinct branch of human civilization with its own arts, sciences, and philosophies, and the demonstration that humanity could adapt to conditions far different from those in which it evolved. Perhaps most profoundly, the Mars experience had transformed humanity's understanding of its own potential for adaptation. The genetic, technological, and social modifications developed for Mars had demonstrated human capacity for deliberately shaping both environment and biology to enable life beyond Earth's parameters. This capacity, while raising profound ethical questions, also opened possibilities for human flourishing beyond anything imaginable before the first landing. Year 149 saw the negotiation of the Percival Treaty, named after the astronomer who first observed Mars' canals, ironically mistaken evidence of civilization that had preceded the real human habitation by centuries. The treaty established frameworks for further solar system expansion, incorporating lessons from both Earth's colonial history and Mars' settlement experience to create more ethical approaches to extending human presence beyond the two currently inhabited planets. The treaty explicitly recognized the rights of potential future settlements to develop their own governance, cultural expressions, and adaptations to local conditions. It established protocols for environmental assessment before habitat construction, preventing irreversible changes to potentially valuable scientific or natural sites. Perhaps most importantly, it created mechanisms for maintaining communication and cooperation between increasingly distant and diverse human populations, preventing the isolation that had characterized early human migrations on Earth. As Mars completed its 150th year of human habitation, reflection on how the Red Planet had changed human evolution, society, and destiny dominated discourse on both worlds. Biologically, Mars had accelerated human adaptive capacity through both natural selection and deliberate modification, creating humans optimized for conditions dramatically different from our evolutionary origins. The developing capability for dual adaptation demonstrated that this biological divergence need not lead to speciation, but could potentially enhance human resilience across multiple environments. Sociologically, Mars had provided a laboratory for human social organization under novel constraints. The necessity of careful resource management in a closed system had produced economic models that embedded sustainability in their basic structure rather than treating it as an afterthought. The relative isolation and shared challenges had fostered social cohesion despite increasing diversity, demonstrating human capacity to develop community across traditional dividing lines when faced with common necessity. Technologically, Mars had driven innovation in every field from agriculture to artificial intelligence, materials science to medicine. The requirement to create functional systems with minimal resources and maximum efficiency had produced advances that subsequently benefited Earth as well. The Mars-specific challenges of radiation, low gravity, extreme cold, and limited biological diversity had forced creative solutions applicable to a wide range of conditions. Perhaps most profoundly, Mars had transformed humanity's conception of itself, from a species bound to a single planet to one capable of establishing civilization across multiple worlds. This shift in perspective influenced everything from resource utilization to long-term planning, from educational priorities to philosophical frameworks. Humans increasingly thought in terms of solar rather than merely planetary systems, with implications for both practical decision-making and conceptual understanding of humanity's place in the cosmos. As the 150th anniversary celebrations concluded, discussion inevitably turned to the next 150 years of humanity's multi-planet journey. Would Mars continue its transformation toward Earth-like conditions, or would human adaptation to Martian conditions prove the more sustainable approach? Would the emerging pattern of collaboration between planets extend to future settlements on other worlds, or would increasing distance lead to divergence and potential conflict? Would human biological adaptation continue to accelerate, potentially creating distinct subspecies adapted to different worlds? Or would advancing technology enable maintenance of a single species across increasingly diverse environments? The answers to these questions remained uncertain as Mars entered its second 150 years of human habitation. What was clear was that the red planet had forever changed the trajectory of human development. The first handprint left in Martian, just a century and a half earlier, had marked not merely the arrival of humans on a new world, but the beginning of humanity's transformation into a multi-planet species capable of creating home wherever its journey led. A time capsule buried at the original landing site during the anniversary celebration contained a message that captured this perspective. 150 years ago, we asked whether humans could survive on Mars. Today, we know that humans can thrive not just on Earth or Mars, but potentially on any world we choose to make our home. The question for our descendants is not whether humanity will continue expanding through the solar system, but what kind of humanity we will become as we do so. May they build on our achievements while learning from our mistakes, carrying the best of human potential to the worlds that await them. The child who had stood on Earth without protection symbolized this future, a human modified not just to survive, but to thrive across planetary boundaries, carrying the adaptive potential that Mars had awakened in our species. As she returned to her Martian home after the Earth ceremony, she embodied the journey that humanity had begun with that first tentative handprint in the Martian dust. A journey of transformation, adaptation, and ultimately, expansion of what it means to be human.